Good morning. Can it wait for a bit? What a relief. Oh, don't get me wrong. We still need to go, but there's always tomorrow, right? Can it wait for a bit? Okay, if you're not too busy, then we can go to the palace right now. I just have such a bad feeling about this. My mother. I wonder what I should say to her.
Hello again. Do you need assistance? Sirens? Oh, you mean our courtesans. Just head up the stairs behind me and you will enter the brothel. Mr. Pinder? Well, he is a very respected gentleman amongst the staff, but I doubt they would call him an ally when it comes to our affairs. What's your relationship with him? Has he sent you here? Dead? That's very sad news. Like I said, our staff was quite fond of him. He always took time out of his life to help around the palace. May I ask how he died? Assassinated. Listen closely. I'm not supposed to give you any information regarding the sirens. Leave the palace and make your way down the hill. Turn left and you should see the entrance to a warehouse. Godama should be on guard duty right about now. Tell her that you know about the sirens and that I sent you. She will take care of you.
Let's head over to the warehouse.
This is the Euphoria Palace warehouse. There is nothing to see here, traveller. Did she now? No problem. You're cleared to go on through.
I had a feeling she was going to lock the door behind us. Now we're stuck here. This is not good.
It's funny. All that reminds of the sun's inflated ego is that statue. I suggest you lower your voice and show some respect, warrior. You are standing in the presence of Serenity's sirens, after all. Let's get straight to the point. Sarah dropped the news that Marcus is dead. Care to tell the full story? And you have no connection to the Mercs? Or to Purity? You just walked into the town one day and got involved in this mess. Well, I still don't trust you, but I'll leave your fate to Matari. Now walk with me. Try anything and you'll have to deal with more than just the four of us.
Let's not upset them. We should keep walking.
At ease, ladies.
Freya, Matari instructed that you bring only the Pinder daughter.
Change of plans.
We are ready to defend our mistress, stranger.
I have nothing to say to you.
Don't even think about it!
Keep walking.
You brought the stranger with you? Are you out of your mind?
She had quite an interesting story. She might be worth keeping around.
Mistress, what are your orders? Surely we can't leave this woman alive. Not anymore.
I have faith in Freya's judgment. The stranger may stay.
See, Melody? Just because you've moved up in rank, doesn't mean your decisions are on par with mine. Now, let's get on with this. Mistress, the stranger has confirmed an attack on Jonestead, spearheaded by the heroes of Nirn. Under direct orders by Project Purity, they were successful in killing Master Pinder. Commander Boska escaped. Our savior here managed to secure the safety of the town's citizens and foil their second objective, to capture Kasha Pinder.
That explains the low number of mercs reported by our scouts near Fort Pazarath. They were busy dealing with the town.
The loss of Marcus will damage morale amongst the veterans, but we can manage. As of this moment, I am assuming the position of leader of our organization. Your ranks will remain as they are.
Wait! What about my mother? Where is she?
Your mother is dead. She was stationed at Fort Pazarath during the attack. There were no survivors.
No, not her too.
Melody, attend to her.
Yes, mistress.
Leave us, Freya. Inform the others of the news and have Tarius prepare a room for two. We can speak privately about the situation later.
Are you sure? Yes, mistress.
Dragonborn. No person of your caliber escapes my attention. The others fail to recognize you, but I do. Your aura, your demeanor, is of a magnitude I have not sensed for a very long time. You will receive your answers. First, I would like to congratulate you on succeeding where we failed. Our organization was founded in order to protect the Pinder family. Marcus may have been killed, but you ensured the safety of his daughter. The surprise attack on Fort Pazarath prevented us from sending any sirens to defend Jonestead. We lost a significant portion of our forces. Fort Pazarath was our only stronghold in Skyrim besides this palace. It is off the eastern coast, isolated and heavily fortified. Pazarath shares a similar history to this palace. It belonged to Purity before being abandoned. It is now theirs once again. Besides what Marcus may have told you, there is little that we know. The Project Purity of today is certain to have motivations far different from the purity that existed 200 years ago. The current one is a spiritual successor, carrying only the name and the resources. It is next to impossible to gather intelligence on an enemy that has remained in the shadows for so long. However, we do have information on the mercenary group that you encountered in Jonestead and its commander. The Argonian comes from a wealthy family. His entire inheritance went into the formation of the Heroes of Nirn. Service records of the men in the company portray them in a positive light. Collectively, the company has seen action in every province. Their contracts usually consist of defending villages from bandits and carrying out reconnaissance for whoever they believe is fighting for justice. Hence their name. I have provided you all the major details about the two forces that are conspiring against us. Everything else is conjecture based on scout reports. That will be enough talk, Dragonborn. The Pinder daughter is in need of comfort over the loss of her mother. I believe only you can help with that matter. Good. Before you leave, I have requested that a room be made available for the two of you. I have further business that should be discussed over dinner in the presence of company. Speak with Tarius the butler in the dormitory lobby and he will show you to your room. It would be wise for you and Kaja to get some sleep in the safety of this palace. For the time being, I am asking that Kaja remain here. Although you are free to come and go as you please. You are dismissed. You may speak. I will tell you everything you wish to know. 1. There is an underground palace in southern Cyrodiil that once belonged to Purity's partner, Desan. After Euphoria Palace was discovered, Marcus moved the majority of the Sirens here and to Fort Pazarath. Only a small collection of our sisters remain at the Cyrodiil Palace. We have been accepting low-risk, high-paying assignments. These can range from menial tasks, such as escorting diplomats, to assassinating political targets. Anything that involved killing required Marcus's approval beforehand. We maintained secrecy throughout the years, selling our services under fake names and operating at night whenever possible. We have had issues in the past. Those incidents are unlikely to be repeated. Several reasons. The first is their appearance. A key skill that all Sirens must have is the ability to seduce the enemy. Having a unique beauty that most males would find attractive gives the Ashen a distinct advantage over their non-Ashen counterparts. The second is their skill in combat. Ashen are excellent, agile fighters, and health is hardly an issue. If hurt in combat, an Ashen skin tissue can rapidly regenerate. The last reason is their loyalty. Many Ashen flee their homeland of Akavir in order to escape persecution by the Saesi. They are welcomed to join us and fight alongside the sisters they would have otherwise never seen again. They learn to be loyal through the bonds they develop with their sisters. They are equally welcome to leave if they choose to. None of them have. I am. They are the Golden Maidens, my personal guard. The Maidens are the strongest and most seductive warriors in Serenity Sirens. I will leave their personal histories confidential unless they wish to divulge them to you. She is my right-hand woman. She lacks the charisma that is required to become a Golden Maiden, but is just as skilled in combat and seduction. No, we all must travel separate paths. You are destined to go beyond what any Siren is capable of. Continue. Then that is what we will discuss. We do not know. The Pinder family has destroyed several major purity bases in Tamriel. For a long time it was believed that there was no main base. Recent reports suggest that the last Project Purity stronghold is somewhere in Skyrim. The same reason why Serenity Sirens is known only among those involved in the conflict. Purity has avoided contact with the real world, secluding themselves where they can remain undetected, yet still maintain their influence. Purity was known to be a major producer of alchemical ingredients and potions in the Third Era. We believe their production has decreased in the past 3 decades, but they still have an unknown income source that has allowed them to survive. I do not know. Vengeance, if that was ever the reason, is no longer a factor. Project Purity, the group, sees itself as an embodiment of an idea, the purification of Tamriel. This ongoing project has only produced one known solution, Irosap. It is a subject best left in the past. Continue. Ask. None that we are aware of. They are nomads seeking work wherever they go. The Argonian is in his early 30s. As a child, he embraced an almost naive view of the world, believing that it can be saved through the actions of a single man. He trained under several prestigious Argonian war veterans in the Black Marsh, before embarking on a 10-year journey as an adventurer. He returned to society a different man, more powerful and determined to make his perfect world a reality. But he knew he couldn't do it alone. So he founded the Heroes. Together they have done good deeds. All of that will mean nothing with their newfound allegiance with purity. The Heroes of Nirn emblem was borrowed from a mercenary company that existed during the Oblivion Crisis, known as Blackwood Company. Purity and Bosca's family have ties to this old merc group. When Bosca revived them in the form of his heroes, it was inevitable that Purity would take notice and employ their service. Continue. This is a topic best left to the staff members. We maintain a partnership between the employees of Euphoria Palace. They keep half of the income, while the other half goes towards us. Sarah and Tarius are the intermediaries between the Sirens and the Palace. Regular staff members are not even aware that a basement level even exists. Perhaps raiding a public location would be unwise for a group that has preferred covert attacks for the past 200 years. I would not worry about the security of this palace. Remind yourself that this is an unconventional enemy we are facing. Their decision process up until now has worked. As I said, do not worry. This palace was meant to be the Argonian warlord's private residence and brothel, much like the one in Cyrodiil. Desan's statue was originally in the first floor lobby. We moved it to the catacombs during the renovation. The statue currently in the first floor lobby is simply the work of a talented sculptor. It has no significance. The statue continue. Go on. That is difficult to say. He was more active in the organization during the early years of Serenity Sirens. As time went on, his commitment shifted from the Sirens to raising his daughter. I was given the authority to make most decisions in his absence. Marcus was effective, yes, but he merely saw the sirens as a means to an end, the end of purity and the end of his fears. He was never placed in a difficult position that would prove him to be either a good or bad leader. The last and only difficult trial he ever faced was the death of his parents when he was a child. Everything afterwards was a matter of hiding himself and his daughter from purity. It would have been interesting to see Marcus's endurance tested were he still alive to battle purity. I was not acquainted with the mother. She was permanently stationed at Fort Pazarath. Why she chose to remain a lower rank is unknown. I can only assume that Marcus did not wish for her to take on more demanding burdens. Continue. Ask, but I may not answer. Rarely. I am meditating, submersing myself in your presence, the whispers of the sirens, and the ecstasy radiating from the floors above. Nothing. Continue. Ask, but I may not answer. I was one of the first. My purpose was to forge alliances where Marcus could not. He was still young at the time, mid-20s. He was far from experienced in coercion. I never stepped foot into the Cyrodiil Palace. For 3 decades I traveled around this world. During that time, I inserted contacts into Akavir. That is how so many Ashen have found safe passage to Tamriel and discovered the existence of the Sirens. It was only when Marcus had moved the majority of the Sirens to Skyrim that I returned. That is when my existence became known, and my rank increased dramatically due to my extensive service record. In Marcus, I saw a man who was lost. I hoped to guide him through the darkness and into the light. I prefer to think that I helped him succeed. Continue.
We are ready to defend our mistress, stranger.
Matari let you live. I'm surprised. I passed by Blondie in the lobby, moping. I'm having trouble believing she's a Pinder. I have problem with her attitude. I was expecting so much more. So disappointing. Aw, how cute. Go on. Get back to whatever it is you were doing. You're no fun.
I'll leave you two alone.
Hey, Melody and I were just talking. So we're getting a room? That's nice. What did Matari say? Anything about my mother? Oh, I was afraid of that. Not here. Let's go find our room first.
Ah, the visitors. I am Terrius, the Siren's butler. Please, let me show you to your room.
Yes, Sarah?
Let's go to our room. Then we can talk.
This is your room, madame. I will be in the lobby if you need anything. Have a good night.
I was hoping for something a little more cozy. This place feels so... empty. I'm glad I'm not the only one. In that room with Matari, I felt so uncomfortable. It was so cold and dark. I felt like I was alone, yet you were all there with me. And when I heard about my mother, I had to leave. I can't believe it. First my father, now my mother. A mother I never knew. Thanks! You've been quite helpful so far. A friend? Thank you. Remember that we have the Sirens on our side. They'll help out, I think. I didn't mean to sound judgmental. We just got here. I can't help but feel disappointed, you know? How Matari and Freya reacted? First impressions, I guess, can say a lot. I expected them to feel like I did. Maybe more. About my father. I wanted them to. To know that my father didn't sacrifice his entire life only to not be respected by the thing he created. Yet they seemed so dismissive of him. It didn't even affect them. I wonder if my father distanced himself too far from the Sirens so he could be with me. But then that would mean he made a mistake. The Sirens are more important in the end. They were his family. Maybe he put a little too much effort raising me. But that's not the point. I'm concerned about the Sirens' motivations. Do you think if their fortress hadn't been attacked, they would still be helping us? Would my father's death have been enough to motivate them into continuing the fight? I need to know they're doing this to protect others and not for vengeance. Yes, but we can never know for sure. I want to ask you something. You're my guardian and I'm your maid, but I need to be something more. For my father. I want to join the Sirens, to make sure my family isn't forgotten if we win this war. I can train. I'm not afraid of what I'll have to endure. Really? Wow, thank you. I was afraid it would take a lot more to convince you. No problem. I'll practice every day to make sure that never happens. I know, but with your support, it will be a lot easier. I'll bring it up during dinner with Matari. Back me up, okay? Don't let them make you second-guess yourself. I won't. Anyway, I was thinking of getting some sleep. I'll do my share of exploring some other time. I do want to check out how the Sirens train, and hear their advice. Get an idea on what to expect if they do accept me into their ranks. But you should go out and have some fun. Take a break from adventuring for once. I'm sure there's plenty to see down here, and interesting people to talk to. Just don't hang around on the upper floors. Unless you're into the sort of things that go on up there. Oh, I know. We need to stick together in places like that. I won't take up any more of your time. Let me know when you want to go to bed so I can get dressed. We have a big day ahead of us. Don't stay out for too long. Ready to get some sleep? I am. Okay, just give me a minute to change to my sleepwear. Stay over by the door. No peeking! This shouldn't take too long. All I need is a nice evening gown and we can finally get some rest. I wanted to ask you something. When we first met back in the warehouse at Jonestead, I was arguing with Bosco, remember? I made such a fool of myself by thinking I could make him see reason. It was so embarrassing to have you see me fail. So I'm wondering, why are you allowing me to join the Sirens? We haven't known each other for very long. Cleaning houses isn't what your ordinary warrior does for a living. And this outfit isn't exactly standard issue armor. I'm surprised that you're giving me all this freedom. It's unusual for me. You're right, and don't worry about me taking that for granted. Go ahead and shut off the lights. Pleasant dreams. What? Where? Oh! Gods, don't scare me like that. This is such a wonderful day. We're here to get married, silly. That's very funny. But I am.
At last you have arrived, child. Are you prepared to commence your long-awaited wedding ceremony? You must be so anxious that you are in a daze. This is your wedding day. Now, are you ready? That does not mean you cannot take another. You are more stubborn than I have imagined. So be it. Leave. Return to your lover. I said leave. Then perhaps fate has decided that you are to be married after all. Your defiance is amusing. If there was a key, then you'll have to look for it yourself. Now, either leave me be or ask to continue this wedding as planned.
You mustn't leave.
Have you decided to submit and marry as planned? Gloat all you want, Dovahkiin. Once you step through those doors, you will not survive. The darkness will consume you, and your beloved will remain here for eternity in sorrow. There is still time for you to be saved.
You mustn't leave.
Interesting. I was so certain that she would have. You are not supposed to be here, Dovahkiin.
Easy there. You're in Euphoria Palace, our dorm room. Are you okay? Do you want me to get some water? I'm not sure. At first I thought you were restless, but then you started struggling violently in bed. Freya was nearby. I asked her for help and she ran off to get someone. What do you mean? Hey, wait. Something happened. Do you want to talk about it? Where did you go? And what did you see? Did you, Oh, you did? Did you realize that nothing that was happening was real? I'm glad you saw through the lies. Because I didn't. What's wrong? I know.
The hero has awoken. A person you can truly call an ally, yet remains in the audience, a silent observer. You've spoken to her on Nirn, and she's spoken to you in the Void, the same being broken into two. I of course speak of Matari. You know her as the new leader of Serenity's Sirens. But her significance to this world surpasses the factions and conflicts that have formed around her. My master would like you to know that we are watching and waiting for the results of your actions. We know how it must end, but perhaps something will be left so that we may meet again. I cannot do that. Ignorance is the only thing that is keeping you free. You must play this dangerous game of pretend. Follow Matari's every command and suggestion. Have her believe that you are her puppet. And when the moment comes when you are one step away from death, you will know what must be done. You cannot kill what isn't alive, but you can certainly try. And you can make her feel fear. Keep this knowledge in the back of your mind. Offer the slightest hint of hesitation or displeasure in Matari's presence, and she will discover our little secret. Trust us, and the worst that will happen is that you will lose the approval of the Sirens. Trust Matari, and you risk damning countless realms. You're a hero, no matter what anyone may tell you. Only a fool would choose the path of self-destruction. There's one last thing you should know before I leave. There are heroes on both sides of this war between Purity and the Sirens. The one called Baska is set on a similar path to destroy his own masters. Leave him be, and Purity will unravel from within. Will you? He certainly won't. Now that the two of you have met, he's come to admire you as a fellow hero. Use that to your advantage. You'll realize that a part of him will always be holding back. I must return to my companions. May we meet again after skies divide. Dovahkiin.
I started by serving as a bartender upstairs in the main palace. After a year, Sarah came to me and asked if I would be interested in something that paid 10 times as much, but would require secrecy. I agreed. There wasn't anything else to live for out of the world. It was an easy decision. It felt odd at first, but then I realized something. These women, despite their kinship with one another, needed someone unique in their lives. They know that for the rest of their maiden years, they will not have the opportunity to speak with a male on equal terms. When Marcus was alive, the rare and brief visits were inspirational to the Sirens, but he was a leader, a man that required respect. What the Sirens needed was a friend that would tend to all their needs. That is why I'm here, and happy to serve. You can help yourself to any food in the kitchen. Our chefs cook more than enough to feed us all. We have Purity to thank for that. These lights were already installed and functional when the palace was rediscovered. All these years later, and there's never been a need for maintenance. All the Sirens seem to view her as an idol. I see her as a boss that is kind enough to provide food and shelter.
Make it quick.
What can I do for you?
Yes?
What's up? It's too early. Remember? We need to make our way over there around 5.
There. Always nice to meet a friendly face.
No. Yes? No.
And what might you need, afternoon.
My orders are not to speak to the guests.
You do not belong here, interloper.
Can't talk now. Busy.
You have business elsewhere, stranger.
With all due respect, I'd rather not talk to an outsider.
What's up? It's too early. Remember? We need to make our way over there around 5. What's up? Just on time. Let's get going.
Oh, did you need something?
Splendid! You're both here. Let us begin. Ladies, assemble! Elda? Zana? Catherine? Morrigan? Myself, Melody? And our mistress, Matari. Please, have a seat. We will be with you shortly. I hope you're doing well today, ma'am. We have a variety of dinner platters available thanks to our chefs. We have the seafood platter, meat platter, vegetable platter, and cheese platter. What would you like? Vegetable platter? Got it. Would you like anything to drink? We have Blackbriar Mead Reserve, Honningbrew Mead, Alto Wine, and Nord Mead. Nord Mead it is. Okay, Miss Pinder. What is your order?
Vegetables and wine.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Melody will be back soon. We may begin our discussion in the meantime. I'm not hungry. You appear tired. I promise to keep our discussion short. Tell me, have you ever had the fortune of being taken care of by multiple servants, and have all your desires made a reality? Then maybe you will find my proposal worth considering. I understand that you have an appreciation of combat. Have you ever served as a commander? Then you will be given the opportunity to gain experience by commanding a group of sirens.
Dinner is ready.
Assuming you accept, you will be given an honorary rank within our legion. and be greatly rewarded for helping us end Project Purity. Your followers will obey your every word on the battlefield, even if it means certain death. There are obvious boundaries. They cannot be ordered to attack a fellow sister or harm our organization in any way. When you have proven yourself to be an effective leader, I will grant you permission to employ several sirens of my choosing. What you do with them is your personal affair, but they will always remain loyal to our order. A wise choice.
And she won't be alone. I want to join Serenity's Sirens. I'll need training. I understand that it'll be difficult, but I promise to make the effort.
And you approve of this? Good. Then she will join. There is no need. As honored protectors of the Pinder family, I find it fitting that the young one wishes to pay her respects to Marcus by joining our forces. Yes. The training will rigorously challenge young Kaja on a physical and mental level. Instead of explaining to you all the details, I direct you to speak to Battlemaster Trisha in the armory. She will provide the both of you with weapons, information, and assignments. In the coming weeks, I will be preparing us all for the inevitable. We will be retaking Fort Pazarath. Our finest moment is approaching. The death of Purity will mark the end of this 200-year war, and at last we will be free. I must continue my meditation. Enjoy your dinner. We will speak again soon.
That was easy. What? So joining was a bad idea? Why didn't you say anything? Don't lose it yourself. I trust you more than her with my life. You say that now, but we both know what that night was about. Be careful. Not for my sake, but for yours. Oh, I'm finished. I wasn't that hungry anyway. I'll meet you over in the armory. I'm kinda nervous. Go ahead and talk to her.
Commander? Freya, she told us about Matari's plan to give you an honorary rank. You wouldn't be here if you hadn't accepted. The good news is that we can forego training and normal induction procedure. The bad is that I have no idea how well you'll work with my ladies. We've been at this a long time, Commander, doing routine missions here and there to make ends meet. Bonds have formed, and every mission is expertly choreographed by me. You're strong, no argument there. But you're being introduced into our Legion during what will be our greatest string of operations this organization has ever conducted. The enemy we've trained to defeat all our lives is here. Can I trust you on the battlefield and with my women? Then prove yourself to them. I'm giving you a small, easy assignment. Enough time to earn the respect of some of the warriors before we begin our combat operations.
Whoops. I thought you were done.
Ms. Pinder, do you have something to say?
Well, I guess they didn't tell you about me joining as a new recruit.
No, they didn't. Commander, may I speak to you over there?
I didn't say something wrong, did I?
This wasn't your decision, was it, Commander? A potential siren is recruited after months of observation and testing. We must be sure that they will accept when we reveal to them the existence of our order. We know of Ms. Pinder's history through Marcus. As she is now, she would not qualify to be a siren. She lacks any form of combat experience and has a timid personality, admirable for a woman, but not a warrior. We will have to push her mental and physical limits. She will break, but if she is committed, she can rebuild herself to be a siren. Indeed it will. I just wanted to let you know out of courtesy. Time will be an issue and our instructors will be limited as we focus our resources towards purity. If basic training is all she gets during our tight schedule, then so be it. May the bonds between her and the Sirens form through battle. I'll discuss training with Kasha personally. Back to the topic of your assignment. I'm sending you out with a team to gather scout reports from our agents stationed in Dawnstar and Winterhold. We know there will be trouble. A group of Sirens will be attractive prey for Purity and the heroes. What they don't expect is for you to be there with them. You've given them quite the scare in Jonestead. Inspire a little more fear and the roads are ours. They'll be hesitant to waste warriors on pointless patrols afterwards. Lilith will be the team leader. She's right over there in the smithing area. This mission will be your one chance at learning our ways. Next mission, you'll be given command and a complimentary katana to call your own. Now go, and fight well, Commander. Dismissed.
Welcome aboard, Commander. Yes, Trisha told me beforehand that you would be assigned to my team. It's quite an honor. I've already briefed the others about the mission. As Trisha said, we need to gather valuable intel reports regarding the heroes' movements to and from Fort Pazarath. Information like that can damage their defense strategy. They will not give it up easily. You. You're learning quickly. When Purity and the heroes learn that you've made an alliance with the Sirens, they'll think twice before sending warriors to the field. A hesitant enemy is exactly what we need this early in the war. Good. Our plan is to head to Winterhold, and then Dawnstar by carriage. There are several checkpoints along the way where our sisters are waiting to track our progress. If we fail to arrive at a checkpoint within a given time, they will begin patrols to ensure all is well. When you're ready, meet us in front of the catacombs entrance.
Let's see what we can do. Don't really have much of an opinion. I felt more connected to Marcus. I appreciated his openness and I understood why he wasn't our full-time leader. He had a family to raise. Matari prefers working behind the scenes and wants to get away from a centralized leadership. Yet all the young Sirens are in love with her. Strange, isn't it? Loving someone you hardly ever see. I wish he was still alive so he can see the end of the enemy that has been hurting his family for generations. When the last Purity member falls, I will be thinking of him. Absolutely.
Need something? Sorry, my orders are not to sell you any of our stock until you complete your mission.
Return to me when you have completed your mission.
You're leaving? Yep, it's as intensive as I could have imagined. Training in combat, seduction, leadership. It's going to take one big speed run through something that normally takes months. Trisha says that I'll have to stay down here until plans are finalized for the Fort Pazarath battle. Looks like you have to do away with my maid services for a while. Sorry. Something about changing my personality to be alluring. You know, seductive. I have to attend a couple charm sessions to learn the basics. That's after weapons training. I'll be fine. Remember, this is the safest place for me to be in all of Skyrim. Go on and do what you have to do without me getting in the way. Right. Good luck and take care of yourself. Good luck!
Need something?
Commander! I'm so happy that we can finally talk. I'm Kathy, the charm instructor here at the palace. Pleased to meet you. There are usually two. Since I became one, it's only been me and Zana, but she's a golden maiden now. Anyone else who could have filled the second position died at Pazarath. It's a heavy burden knowing you're the only one that can teach the most important skill every siren should possess. Real-world experience is a must, so they're regularly sent up to the Valhalla and Sahel bars to chat with the patrons. We have observers to monitor and grade their performance. The ultimate goal is to make at least one new friend. Sirens who aren't pursuing the path of speechcraft will only need to go through one trial at the end of their studies. No one has failed yet. Every student is special to me, but I am very proud of Zana. She was blessed with the rank of Golden Maiden. To become a Golden Maiden is a very sacred honor among my students, who choose to devote their lives to the art of speech. Oh no, I can't do that. You've got it down pat. All the right moves, conversation starters. You can find your way into anyone's heart. You're so lucky to have met her! I haven't seen her in months. So, is she still pretty? Are her words still soothing and poetic? Oh, Matari. She's the epitome of a true siren. I don't have much of an opinion. Sorry. I believe in you!
Yes?
I'm waiting.
Hello. It's not every day that a stranger talks to me, let alone a cute one. I am Elda. How may I serve you today? Plenty. My favorite one involves a fellow siren. I should tell it to you sometime when we can talk in private. It's bound to happen eventually, Commander. There is nothing more honorable than serving Mistress Matari with your life and love. A Golden Maiden is the most coveted position in Serenity Sirens, even with the benefits aside. Take care of yourself.
Hey, we're finally talking! Pleased to meet you. I'm Catherine. There was this guy up in the Valhalla bar once that... Nah, something short and sweet. Oh, here's a good one. So you know how it can get lonely in Imperial Garrison, right? Or any garrison for that matter when there's not a pretty woman in sight. Well, I was sent to one to retrieve some classified shipping logs for our clients. The logs were known to be kept in a safe that could only be unlocked with 3 keys used simultaneously. And these keys were in the hands of 3 Legion commanders. So getting all 3 keys in one run without getting caught sounds impossible, right? Surprise, surprise that none of these men had seen their wives in months. All I had to do was intercept each one at the end of their shifts as they were returning to the barracks, lead them behind a bush, and do the deed. In return, I got my hands on each of their keys. Getting to the safe was the dullest part. I only had to flirt with a young recruit to show me to the office so I could meet with one of the now missing commanders. The recruit walks out, I open the safe, and I'm home free. Fun, huh? Hey, I spared you the graphic details, didn't I? By that I mean the sex and the aftermath. Yeah, I had to kill them. They saw my face. The moment they noticed their keys were missing, they would piece things together. As for the recruit, I went easy on him. The kid didn't deserve it. But hey, that's our job. Here's the thing. He, didn't. Matari ordered me to do this one little job behind his back, given the short time span we had to accept the contract. It was worth it, though. The Thalmor sure are generous with their payments. I'll be seeing you later, okay?
Commander, as the lead Golden Maiden, let me be the first to say, welcome to Serenity Sirens. The Golden Maidens were created by Mistress Matari, with the permission of our former master Marcus Pinder, of course. We serve to protect our mistress, attend to her needs, and act as an intermediary between her and the commanders. As Golden Maidens, we are expected to be strong, be loving, and most important of all, be sexy. Our unrivaled mastery of the art of seduction has prepared us for the most covert operations. There were very few missions, let alone interesting ones. Matari prefers keeping her elite warriors close. Maybe the others have their own unique stories. We tend to keep our missions private, given the, details of what we have to do to succeed. True, there was another maiden in charge, before she was killed in the attack on Fort Pazarath. I moved up in rank while Zana was quickly ushered into our elite group. She is fitting in quite well given her prior service as a charm instructor. Mistress Matari thought it would be appropriate since you are Kasha's master. We loved giving our first guest a welcome fit for a king. Flirty? Hey, it comes with being a leader. I have to tone it down just a little so I can be taken seriously. But when I'm out of here, there's no stopping me from playing. No, Freya has a personality that only meshes well with someone as aggressive and daring as she is. She's as skilled with the katana as any Golden Maiden, but she has no care for seduction. At least not the kind we practice. Mistress Matari created the position of right hand just for her. Sometimes I feel that Freya has been given too much power. But as a loyal Golden Maiden, I can only express respect towards my comrade. Safe travels!
A pleasure to meet you. I am Morrigan,
honored golden maiden and loyal servant of Matari.
We were only following protocol. Now that we've had the opportunity to introduce ourselves to one another, we can speak on more relaxed terms. And being in your presence is more than relaxing, if I might add. Don't be a stranger.
Wouldn't you like to know? My first mission as a golden maiden is the one that stands out from all the rest. It took months of being romantically involved with a corrupt ambassador just to get closer to his business partners. The plan was to bring down his smuggling operations through manipulation of all those involved. I slept with one businessman after another, bonding with each of them long enough up to the point where they were in love. One day I saw my chance to lift the veil. A meeting was scheduled between the ambassador and his partners in a remote cave. The ambassador, who was my husband at the time, left in the middle of the night. I followed him to the cave. Near the end of the meeting, when they had come to a major agreement, I walked out of the shadows and hugged my husband lovingly from behind as he was seated at the round table. I spoke loud enough so everyone could hear. "Why did you have to leave me all alone? I wasn't done with you yet." All 5 men at the table inhaled sharply in unison. One by one they spoke out in protest, and within seconds, they all realized that they had slept with me. I was already in the shadows by then, watching with glee as I saw each man draw their sword and attack one another. They all fell, except for the ambassador, paralyzed in his seat out of the horror of seeing his operation fall before him. I walked out of the shadows one last time and kneeled beside him to whisper my final goodbye. "I love you so much, darling. But this mess is yours to clean up." I walked out of the room and closed the door behind me. As soon as the locks fell, I heard him scatter out of his seat. He begged me to unlock the door. The man that loved me suddenly found it within himself to call me the harshest words in his vocabulary. The next day, I called for the guards in the local town to arrest the man. Within a week, the former ambassador was locked up in a cell with his partner's former employees, fully aware that this man was at fault for ruining them all. We were only and being in your presence is more than relaxing, if I might add. Don't be a stranger.
Hey, I was waiting for you. You seem like an interesting person to talk to. Oh, my name is Zana, by the way. As a golden maiden? No. I joined right after the death of the previous lead maiden. As a golden maiden? I was a charm instructor. I'm surprised the mistress chose me over my companion, Kathy. But it's probably because I've always been good friends with the maidens. A healthy bond is what keeps us fighting strong and our spirits high.
Bye now.
Bye for now.
Commander, you're making friends quite easily. Don't get too carried away now, or some of them will get jealous. I like your style, but Lilith? Really? I didn't take you for one who would be into the whole by-the-book type. But if that's what it takes to get into her pants, then anything goes, right? Aw, I thought there was something more between the two of you. No matter. You're too good for her anyway. You need someone like me. But hey, maybe the next mission, Anyway, good luck out there. Good luck on your mission.
Good hunting, Commander.
Commander, Lilith would like to speak to you.
Commander, this is my team. Our team. On the ledge is Moline, a recent addition to our league, and an adaptable warrior in any environment. Over here is Samantha. We joined Serenity Sirens at the same time. She specializes in enemy tactics and history.
Wait, that's it? Come on, Lilith, introduce yourself.
The commander knows who I am.
No, you know what I mean. Don't be so modest. Promote your skills. Give the commander something to look forward to.
Samantha!
She can judge for herself when we're in combat.
Jeez, Lilith is a mean dual-wielding maniac.
Damn it, Samantha! Show some respect! Lilith is in charge of this mission. Are you planning on treating the commander the same way?
I didn't mean to.
We can continue this conversation on the carriage. Talia is waiting.
No time to talk.
Talia is waiting.
We'll
We
talk on the
must
carriage.
hurry.
Pretty sure Lilith would like to speak to you before we head off.
I should give you a heads up. There are 4 checkpoints. We'll be stopping at 2 on the way to Winterhold, and the other 2 on the way back from Dawnstar. There are sirens posted at each one. If you have to take care of personal business on the trip, the rest of the team will be waiting at the last visited checkpoint. The agents with the scout reports will be waiting at the local taverns. I'll need to be present so I can recite the code word and get the papers. If they're smart, they'll strike after checkpoint 4. Getting back up from the palace isn't as easy with visitors coming and going. They know that. We're ready when you are. Hop on the carriage and we'll be on our way.
Great to see all of you so excited to head out. Just say the word and we're off. Let me know when. Are you ready now? It'll be a bumpy ride. Hold on!
Clear. I've studied everything there is about Purity. What do you want to know? Purity assassins prefer to use their arcane abilities over weapons, but they still train to become master swordsmen. History has shown that they are also innovators in combat. Records put together by the Siren's predecessor, the Cleansers, have described their unusual weapons on the battlefield. It was only recently that we discovered that they have been studying Dwemer relics, particularly Centurions. If that's where they're getting their ideas, then we'll have to be very careful. Just by looking at the signs, Marcus and his family thought that Purity was defeated 90 years ago. Then in 156, there was an incident that signaled their return. Purity has a habit of doing that. So, Marcus was wise in believing that they wouldn't just get up and disband after another 50 years. And our Siren Scouts haven't been put to work for nothing. They've gathered shipping logs, tracked convoys that vanish inside empty caves, witnessed disappearing acts out in the middle of nowhere. Not too hard to prove that they existed up to the attacks on Pazaroth and Jonestead. If you know what you're looking for, you can spot the clues. Don't know. Nobody alive can report on how they worked together at Pazaroth, besides telling you that they were effective. Bosca's heroes are exclusively warriors, while Purity specializes in magic. Together, they form a deadly combination. Each assassin prefers working alone. Major battles between the Pinder family and Purity showed an exploitable weakness in their defenses when they fight in groups. They are typically in disarray and have little coordination. Gotcha. Wow. You know what? It's as if nothing changed when Marcus died. Matari was basically our leader ever since his kid was born. Maybe even before that. I guess the oldest Sirens will feel sad about losing our founder, but Matari is still alive. There's something about this fact that tells me everything's going to be okay. The reason the Sirens exist is to protect them, but it doesn't have to be the only reason. We know that Project Purity is dangerous, so we will defeat them, with or without the Pinder family.
We have a problem. Aradarum is telling me that the Siren Mage we saw by the pool needs to get to the palace. Protocol states that we can't substitute one mission for another, and...
Enough protocols. I need Alaray out of here now. She's mentally unfit and a burden to me and Emmy. If she ends up getting killed, her blood is on your hands. We've done all we could.
We're expecting an encounter with Purity and the heroes on our route. Alare would be much safer here than with us.
You would be safer if we got rid of the annoyance. Once she's out of here, I can return to guarding this checkpoint without having to look over at Alaray every minute. You're too predictable, Lilith. Always abiding by the rules. let me talk some sense into you through this commander. I've never seen you before. You must be the one from the palace reports. A special recruit, huh? Like I said, take the Dunmer girl away, so we can get back to guarding this post. She's mourning over the Pazarath massacre. We all do so in our own ways. But she's letting it interfere with her duties as a siren. All she does is mutter to herself by the pool and ignore all of my orders.
Now was that fun or what? Just okay? You were asleep most of the ride. You missed out on all the excitement. Even when the werebear was chasing us up the hill. Can't believe that you slept through Samantha's squealing. Good times. Anyway, I never gave you a proper intro. I'm Talia, one of the few sirens who bothers to drag you guys out and around Skyrim. It's always a pleasure to serve Lilith's crew. Yep. Luck of the draw that I'm the one that usually drives them around on their missions. Lilith, Samantha, and I go way back. Malene is a new face, but I like her already. A perfect balance between Lilith's silence and Samantha's boldness. As for you, you're one of the few people who actually talks to me during the mission. That's flattering. There's a couple. Just scouts like me that work the carriages when they have to. There used to be a few more, but, well, we lost them after Pazarath. That wasn't too long ago, you know. The last mission I had before this one was to deliver some supplies to Fort Pazarath. And the one before that, I had to take a couple of sirens into Solitude for those supplies. It's been boring for a very long time. Sometimes you do have to carry some girls into risky missions during the cover of the night. But none of that will compare to what we'll all be doing in the next few days. Before this whole mess started, some Ashen Sirens wore masks when running around Skyrim. Nothing too eye-catching. We never ran into any problems. Every now and then you'd get a guard asking you to take off your mask. But once they saw that you were an Ashen, they'd let you be. You know, now that I think about it, Marcus was really the only one who pushed the mask rule to disguise ourselves from Purity spies. The other higher-ups couldn't care less if you wore a mask or not. Who cares now anyway? Purity can spot an Ashen with or without a mask. Just ask the poor souls at Fort Pazarath. See ya!
What is she doing? Oh, forgive me. I was distracted. Yes! I promise it won't happen again.
Maybe if I could have... Huh? Maybe if I could have... Huh?
I've never seen you before. Like I said, at last, someone who sees reason. Lilith has a lot to learn from you. Now get Alaray out of my sight. Let the Battlemaster know that I'd like to have a word with her about this mess when I get back. And can you tell Lilith something for me? Tell her that Misha is at the next checkpoint. That should rattle her. Ha ha ha!
Did you convince Aradarum to keep Alare here? I hope you understood the risks involved in our mission when you agreed. We can't take Alare back right now, and she can't wander back to the palace alone on foot. But what's done is done. I hope she'll stay down, if and when we're ambushed. Misha, now I understand why I haven't seen her for a while at the palace. Aradarum and Misha are two of Freya's pupils. Anyone trained by Freya tends to look at me in disgust. I'd rather not get into it. The memories are painful. Go and get Alare. Tell Talia when we're ready to leave.
All's well over here. Shoot! I wasn't as lucky as the Tamriel-born Ashen, that have a sliver of opportunity to live a tolerable life. I was a slave in a Sayasi prison camp off the coast of Akavir. I was born there, and I was sure I would die there if I had escaped to the mainland. It's a long story how I ended up in Skyrim, but when I did, it wasn't too long before the Sirens took notice of me. Same reason why most of the other Ashen join. We have no home. Whether we are slaves in Akavir or nomads wandering Tamriel, there is no place for us in this world except with the Sirens. They welcome us with open arms, and promise us freedom in exchange for our service. I am happy here. The life of a warrior is what many of us were born to do. It is the only thing we can do. Ashen are a special case. Those of us that are not Sirens often hear stories of a great female Ashen army that will rid the evils of the world. It's something that's passed around among the young girls in Tamriel, hoping for a better life. Every single time a Siren recruiter has approached a young girl, there is no disagreement and no reservation. The girl always joins. It's why so many of us are Ashen. Why waste your time with a non-Ashen who may not join the cause at the end of the observation period? You waste your time, the girl's time, and risk revealing the existence of Serenity's Sirens. Yep. Say what you will about her peculiar appearance, but I think she's an Ashen shaman. I thought they only existed in fairy tales, but now I'm starting to think otherwise. It might be why so many of the Ashen Sirens feel naturally connected to her, despite her rare appearances outside of her chambers. I know that's my reason. They unintentionally paved the way for the Ashen to find a place to call home, while fighting for a good cause.
Is this it? Am I finally going home to Morrowind? So it isn't home. Maybe someday. I had so many friends. The only friends I had were at the fort. Now they're all dead. I heard she was at Patarath, but I never met her. Undercover to avoid favoritism. Mother, I want to go home.
All's well over here.
Are we done here? Checkpoint 2 awaits. It'll get colder from here on out. Huddle up, ladies.
Wherever the Daedra hide, wherever the Daedra hide, the Vigil of Stendarr will cast them into the light.
I'm fine. I just need to
Lilith is taking quite a while. Any problems?
Commander, it's Lilith. I don't think she went up the hill to check in with Misha. Don't worry, she's fine. But I think she sat under her tree. She's too afraid to face Misha after the incident. Yes, I don't think Lilith would want me to talk about it. It's something we've kept to ourselves for a very long time. The only others who know are the ones that were involved. Lilith never loses her calm, but when it comes to dealing with Freya and her students, who knows how she will react. Commander, can you go check on her? We need to leave as soon as we can, for Lilith's sake.
I couldn't do it. Gods, I couldn't. I'm such a coward. I tried, but I couldn't bring myself to get halfway. Misha would kill me this time. Even now that she's blind, she would still kill me. All I need to say is, we're safe. No problems yet. But I can't even say that. Not after what I've done. Commander, please, do me a favor. Let Misha know that we're proceeding into Winterhold. That is all you need to say. Try not to talk about me, or ask questions. It would get ugly.
Loud, not silent like purity. Who approaches? Scout reports. You're the honorary commander that I was told about. You already reek of Lilith's scent. Stay for a while. We are in the middle of something interesting. I know that you defeated the heroes in Jonestown, but a siren has yet to taste your food. For all the women lost before Pasmawith, for all the pain inflicted by this man's brothers and my sisters, he must be punished. I want to make him my brother in darkness. His right eye is already broken. Only his left is left. Enjoy the last moments of your sight, Woman. Soon all you will have left to enjoy in this life will be the music of my sirens. Only the music can drown out the screams. Commander, please, gouge the eye out of this monster. I need rest. Sirens! The melodies! Louder!
This can't be happening!
By Azura, you killed her. You killed Misha! Why? But what's now? Oh gods, we're going to get in trouble. For murder and treason. But what will happen to you? Oh no.
You're the one the commander spoke of. You're the hero of Jonestead. The one who defeated my brothers, even when you were outnumbered. And you're the Dragonborn. Baska's words, not mine. He's impressed by what you've done despite the unfortunate casualties. It was only after the attack that we learned you were a neutral party. But are you with the Sirens now? Baska wants you to know that you're forgiven for interfering in our mission, and hopes you would accept an invitation to join the Heroes of Nirn. That is, if you let me go. Damn it, listen to yourself! They've got to you! You could have stopped these monsters! There's still time to turn back and fight for a cause worthy of your strength and ideals!
What's wrong? Good. All is right now. She is at peace. I am at peace. Yes, she was in constant torment. I owe you an explanation, but now is not the time. I don't feel comfortable leaving the scouts alone at this isolated checkpoint. We need to leave someone behind for support. Samantha and Malene are the only ones who could do that. I'm leaving it up to you to decide who stays. We'll speak by the carriage. Gather around, everyone. Misha is dead. Someone needs to stay at this checkpoint for support.
What?
Assassinated, you see. The scouts will stay.
Freya's going to lose her mind over this.
We'll worry about that when the time comes. For now, we need to focus on our mission. The choice is yours. Who do you think should stay at this checkpoint?
Hold on. I can't stay here. You'll need someone who's familiar with Project Purity's methods.
Studying an enemy by reading history books is nothing compared to real combat experience. The commander needs someone who knows how to handle herself on the battlefield.
Experience? You just joined us.
At least I know how to follow orders.
Enough. Commander, who should stay? It's settled. Malene stays.
I understand. I will defend this checkpoint. Good luck to all of you.
It's time to go to Winterhold. Get on board. Ready to go? Good. Talia went on ahead. She'll meet us at the Frozen Pond.
Go on in. We got warm food, warm drinks.
Paso silui mara.
Hey, don't worry. I'm not going to drink too much. Just another sip or two.
Thanks.
There is nothing else to discuss.
We got the papers. Just a quick look through them and it gives us a better idea on what's going on over at Pazarath. Not yet. There's something I want to show you. Come. It isn't too far.
What of it? It's our inn, and they cause him no harm.
I believe he was suggesting their presence causes him harm.
Well, then he's welcome to eat and drink at home, isn't he?
Open the safe and take out the bottle. There it is. The thing that started this war. Project Purity called it Aerosap. One drop is all it takes to increase the sex drive of a female victim to extreme levels. It has no effect on males, just as Purity intended. Once the victim is under the influence, the effects are permanent, until they are past the age of childbearing. The psychological effects stay for a lifetime. All the sirens know the story of the Pinder twins that were poisoned by this. 200 years ago, the world was so close to destruction, and they didn't even know it. Not because of the Oblivion Crisis, but because of this. If Purity's plans hadn't been foiled, we'd all be under their reign. They would have distributed it to the wealthiest clients first. They would have controlled our populations. All it took was one person to stop that from happening. Serenity, the being that our order is named after. Her sacrifice to destroy the source of Aerosap set Purity back years. Enough time for the Pinder family to grow and expand, to fight, and to die. Each generation has sacrificed everything to stop Purity. God's willing. Kasha will not be among them. That's the last bottle of Aerosap. It's not mine. It's Freya's. There. No. Freya doesn't need it. You've seen her. Probably talked to her. She kept it as a trophy. I don't know how she got her hands on it in the first place. but it's definitely the last. There were 23 bottles accounted for in recovered purity manifests. All but one was destroyed. She showed it off whenever we came up here for training. It gave us a motivation to persevere. There's no need for that now. We have all the motivation we need after everything that's happened. I wanted to ask you something, but it should wait. Talia must be getting worried sick. I forgot. Alare told me she was going to visit the college. Can you go get her? The rest of us will be waiting back at the carriage.
Commander, do we have to leave? I've always wanted to see the college since I was a little girl. This is where I belong. I made a mistake joining the Sirens. I thought I would be able to handle the killing, but I was wrong. So wrong. No one has ever left Serenity's Sirens. I don't want to be the first. They would think I'm a coward. You would do that? Thank you! It's so refreshing to see such kind acts. Oh, we should hurry then. I'm on my way back.
We're doing just fine. Sure is! Like she said, we joined the Sirens at the same time. We were bound to buddy up since we were both the new recruits. I can't do that. That's way too personal. The only thing I can tell you without upsetting Lilith is that we weren't always on the same team. There was a time when she was one of Freya's students. Malene is such a... something not nice. She always gets on my case about not showing discipline and respect. We're with friends. Do we always need to be so formal? And besides that, what can I say? She's a good warrior.
Time to go.
We're ready to leave.
One city down, one more to go. Ready? You don't need to tell me twice.
We're doing just fine.
Got the reports, but we might have trouble. There was an odd man in leather armor at the inn. He was obviously interested in me and the agent. Anyway, you should go check to see if he's going to give us any trouble. I can't go with you since he's already seen me. Be careful.
We're doing just fine.
I can't wait to get back to the palace, the bar, get some sleep. Ugh, I almost forgot. We still have an ambush to worry about.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
For crying out loud, what is it now? Ah, damn. You're not my drinking buddy. Drinking away my troubles, friend. You? Who are you? Her wife? Can a man scope out the goods without having somebody jump down his throat? You know what? There is. But I ain't talking. Unless you buy me some Blackbriar mead. Yeah.
The Wind Peak Inn features the finest bard in all of Dawnstar. Me.
So, you bought me some meat or what? Haha! That's the good stuff. Yeah. So, here's the thing. I was so interested in the blue-haired freak because their kind had crossed paths with my old family. Ever heard of the Dark Brotherhood? I used to be with them before they kicked me out. Me and my buddies were all blamed for botching those strings of missions a while back. Don't know if you've ever heard of them Ashen women with a tendency to stick their fingers into our business. Every single damn mission. They showed up. Stole our kill, gold, whatever. And we were all freshly inducted into the Brotherhood. Poor sobs who barely killed a couple of mercs before we started going after the big contracts. All of us were kicked out for such pathetic attempts at fulfilling our duties. They didn't believe a word we said. Can you believe it? The hottest women this side of Tamriel beat us to the punch. Oh, don't go telling that story around the taverns. Yep. But I don't have to tell you that. You know her. Sell you to an item or what? Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Listen here. I want some serious payback against those bitches. Just say the word and me and my buddies will follow you to the ends of the world to take them out. Mother always said to go out with a bang. I'd die happy if I got to sink my sword into at least one of them for getting me kicked out of the family. Whatever you say, but if you change your mind, you know where to find me. Just ask for Dimitri. I can get my entire crew ready within days. Remember, friends, when the entire world seems to have turned against you, you are not alone. Hey, barkeeper, another drink. I'm dying of thirst over here.
work for the Wind Peak Inn. We should head on inside.
Did you figure out why he was so curious? That's flattering, I guess. We should get going. The way back will be a lot more eventful, with a possible ambush. Remember to stay alert.
We're doing just fine.
Time to go.
Let's hit the road. Keep your eyes peeled for shady characters. Whoa, that's a long drop. This sure is dangerous. What am I thinking? That reminds me.
Oh, look at the colors.
Need something?
Commander? Yes. I take it you're going to ask about Misha. They must. The consequences would be enormous if they found out you were her killer, and I obliged. It was years ago, when I was still in training. My performance caught the attention of Freya. She offered to become my personal instructor. I'd heard rumors of her rigorous training exercises from my sisters. None were detailed enough to give me an idea of what to expect. I accepted. It wasn't long before I met her other students. Aradaru, Elda, Misha. There were others. Many perished at Pasarath. But these three were the ones that I grew closest to. Our lessons were very basic to begin with, but they evolved to become more complex and demanding. When we were finally given missions, Freya's true colors were shown. She tortured our targets, made them suffer needlessly to get information we could have easily gotten without violence. It wasn't long before she ordered us to do the same. I refused. In return, I was mocked by the same students that I had learned to call sisters. I was called weak and pathetic, unworthy. All except Misha. She was the one person who stayed silent, and the only one who provided comfort. I chose to stay, even as the insults and punishment for disobeying orders grew more severe. One day, Freya took us to Winterhold for what was supposed to be a routine training exercise. Disgusting acts upon one another. That's all you have to know. More determined than ever, I stood my ground. Freya's tolerance finally broke. She grabbed me by the neck and threw me to the ground. A barrage of punches and kicks followed. All she could do was laugh hysterically. I almost lost consciousness. When it was finally over, I got up to face Freya. She grinned. Before I could decide whether I was willing to sacrifice my life to kill this woman, I heard a whisper behind me. Lilith, you're a disgrace. I should have known. Misha had eventually reduced her contact with me until it became non-existent. That sentence confirmed everything. She was no longer a friend. She had become another casualty of Freya's teachings. So I turned around and set out to end her life. I got on top of her and gouged out her eyes. Screams. Freya started laughing. I stopped and realized what I was doing. I was in shock. Freya congratulated me for finally fulfilling the very first order she had given all of us. Torture another being. Misha's screams had alerted the guards. We had no choice but to abandon her. It was several weeks before she showed up at the palace. She had escaped from jail and made her trek by foot, blind, bloody, and naked. Freya was elated to see her student again. All I could feel was shame. I left Freya's group and returned to resume my original training. I haven't spoken to Misha since. You're right. Thanks to you, her suffering is at an end. I could have left Serenity Sirens after the incident, but I didn't. Even though I disagreed with everything Freya put me through. I chose to stay. It would have been selfish of me otherwise. Our order was born out of man's hope to save his family, and to destroy the evil that was infecting the world. How could I abandon a cause like that? I showed you at Winterhold why we choose to fight. Our methods might not be the same, but we are all sisters, fighting for something we can believe in. But you, what are you fighting for? The Dragonborn, the Slayer of Alduin, and the Savior of Nirn. Your destiny has been fulfilled. So why do you continue to fight? Aren't we all in this world? More so for the Ashen. We have nowhere else to go, except the battlefield. And when there is nothing left to fight, what do you plan on doing with the rest of your life? Then I hope you don't fade into obscurity, like all those who came before you. I don't know. Marcus promised us that we would all be free when purity was removed from the world. That all sirens would be welcome to live in Jonesstead, where we could live out the rest of our lives in peace. But he's dead. Matari has never spoken to us of the future, and none of us have really cared. She's like a mother to some of us. Her presence gives some of us hope that everything will be alright, no matter the outcome. Disbanding Serenity Sirens after the war was Marcus's plan. With Matari, I think she wants to keep the order intact, so we can all be together. Did I? Sorry, I misspoke. The truth is, I'm just as curious about our fate as you are. Understood. You should get some rest before we make our way to Checkpoint 4. Pa Sosilumara. Peace be with you, sister.
Oh, did you need something?
Yes?
Ready to leave?
I sense something. I don't know what it is, but I feel calm.
The carriage is prepped and ready to go.
Ugh, my head. What happened? The ride back is going to be terrible for me. let's go. All right.
A trap. Come, but keep your weapon drawn. Let him make no sudden movements.
Have mercy on the pitiful man.
Keep your hands where you can see them.
What reason would I have to harm such noble souls?
Are you really expecting us to fall for your charade, Purity?
No. I expect you to fall for this.
This is your last. Fall back.
Report.
I knocked this guy outright when he was about to kill Talia. Nice invisibility spell. Too bad your robes give off a glint. 200 years and you still haven't learned.
Thanks, Sammy. I owe you one.
Don't mention it.
Good work, all of you. Alare, are you fine?
Fine.
It seems we have this man in our hands now. Good thing we left the hero behind at checkpoint 2. A purity prisoner is far more valuable.
You've gained nothing. In fact, I believe you've lost more today than you know. How fared the sirens that you visited one by one on your way here? Do you realize our lack of concern of reinforcements coming to your aid is more than just confidence?
Did your mother never teach you when to shut up?
Stop. We'll find out ourselves if what he says is true. We'll be passing by checkpoint 4 on the way back to the palace. We can confirm whether this man's reports are true, judging by what we find. Either way, we need to leave immediately. Alert Trisha. Mount up, everyone.
Euphoria Palace. You hide behind the walls that we built, yet you can't even make the connection. We are the only reason you exist.
We exist to fight you.
Is that so? Amusing that you remain so ignorant of your purpose.
What do you mean?
As your superior should know, truth kills.
I need a drink. Want to join me at the Sahel bar later? Vitalisty, you deserve some relaxation.
Do not allow yourself to be led to slaughter fighting for a lie. What has she promised you? Liberty? Salvation? Resist temptation. Denounce your creed.
Is this a joke?
Let him speak.
We know the only means to victory. But do any of you have what it takes? I see a woman, blinded by her past, who can no longer see the future. A warrior who knows only the ways of the sword. A pitiful mage. A drunk.
Hey!
And you. A so-called hero adoringly praised by her followers, and vehemently cursed by those who aren't so easily swayed by childish portrayals of an infallible being. Like all who came before, you equate victory with survival and peace, defeating one threat to this world after another. Do you not think there are consequences? You are not delaying anything. You are only making it stronger. I ask you again. Do any of you have what it takes to purify the world so it can be made whole again? The road to your salvation is not through survival, but destruction. Only then will all be right in the world.
Easy there, Prophet. Or you might go hoarse.
Just if it makes you feel better. None of you will be laughing when the land quakes beneath you, and there will be nothing to do but fall.
A prisoner? Freya isn't going to like this.
I need a drink. Want to join me at the Sahel bar later? Vitalisty, you deserve some
Bitter
relaxation.
about what I said. Good. Not many can face the facts when they come from their supposed enemy. One of them came to you. A holy matron. Did the nymphomaniac gather the strength to speak in between her bouts of idiocy? Seems you caught one of the beasts on her off day. Do you really want to know? I believe the Observer would have discussed this with you already. If you want to play this little game of pretend, then so be it. You will fail because you don't have the key to stopping Watari. We do. Death. To truly cleanse this world, you will need to restart from the beginning. The dragons were set to do that, but you defeated them. Unfortunate that you traded them for our solution. There would have been less suffering otherwise. Erosep wasn't our decision. Like the good puppets we were, we followed orders. Promises of utopia are all you need to bring even the greatest people to fall. Serenity's sirens and Project Purity share the same mother. Deceit. A cruel mother that you'll have the misfortune of meeting very soon. If you haven't already. Then die. We will pick up after you've fallen. But chin up, lass. We can always rebuild. Time for me to go and face the siren's music. Do you hear it? It's beautiful. She finally figured out how to move a statue. So I'll die beneath the Argonian that we betrayed. What a fitting and funny insult from the one without a sense of humor. Damn you, Mother. Damn you.
Here, take that, you fiend.
Freya!
Easy there, Saber Kitten. Haven't you heard? We don't take prisoners. Especially those from Purity.
We needed him alive!
Oh no. What are you going to do?
Forget it. We need to speak with Trisha immediately.
Oh, about the attacks. Go on ahead. I need to clean up the mess this guy made. How typical. Come to give me a scolding? Was he any good to us alive? Besides, I'm not in the mood for interrogations right now. Maybe next mission. Speaking of missions, how was yours? Did you get to meet my friend? Come on now, I know you did. Long green hair, smells like a Spriggan. Nisha, they're not telling me anything. I hope she wasn't killed. It would be such a shame after everything she's gone through.
Commander, I am Musica, assassin instructor. Have you come for advice? I am the instructor for Siren assassins. I provide training in sneaking, lockpicking, close quarters combat, and small arms combat. They're trained to remain mute. When they learn the virtues of silence here, they will choose to practice it on the field. The mistress is even more secretive than all of my students. That is no easy feat. Honored among all in the Order, but times must change. Now that Matari is the new leader, we will fight to protect Marcus's legacy. Walk in the dark. Let's speak with Trisha.
I'm really starting to hate Freya.
Good news. We were able to defend Checkpoint 2. The other checkpoints weren't so lucky.
It's bad. So please tell me you have some good news.
The reports. They're regrouping to defend Pazarath.
They never planned to continue roadside attacks, with or without the commander in our ranks. They're taunting us.
How are the other teams doing? The ones dispatched right after us.
Fine, as far as we know. Nothing as bad as what I heard your team faced. Any news on Checkpoint 4?
Completely demolished. Their bodies were already ash when we passed by.
So that's it then. All we have left in the east is Checkpoint 2. The ambush. Can you describe their armament?
12 standard heroes of Nirn. 1 Purity assassin. He used shock explosives.
The shock explosives are classic Purity. Too classic. They're keeping their latest advancements a secret until they need them the most.
Yeah, let's cut to the chase. Is Musha alive?
I'm sorry. She didn't make it. The scouts reported that a Purity assassin killed her before the attack. The commander subdued him.
She's dead? Is this true, Commander? A Purity assassin? Or did a certain skiver get her grubby little hands on poor Misha?
It's the truth.
I wasn't talking to you, failure.
Anyway, I heard you brought a prisoner.
About that.
Oh, Forgive me, ma'am. I didn't mean to intrude. Everyone, thank you for your service. We lost many women today, but do not lose hope. Every step we take, every piece of knowledge we gain, brings us closer to launching our operation to retake Pazarath. Commander, as ordered by Mistress Matari, here is your payment. 10,000 for completing the mission. 7,500 for the Purity prisoner, despite his demise. 2,500 for securing the Dark Elf Girl. 3,500 for leaving a teammate behind to defend Checkpoint 2.
That 3,500 is practically for Misha's death.
And as promised, your katana can be picked up from our weaponsmith. All of you dismissed. I'll have your next assignments available very soon. Commander, may I speak to you when you have the chance?
Yes? Even with all the problems we ran into, we got out clean, and with the reports. We were fortunate to have you along for the ambush. We may not have survived without your help. I'm a private person. I keep my opinions about Malene and Samantha to myself, good or bad. I think opinions on Matari are best kept private. She is our leader, and anything believed to be the slightest hint of disapproval doesn't bode well for anyone. Of course, I'm speaking hypothetically. I don't know anyone who'd speak out against Matari. There's nothing more to be said. You know that I respect Marcus and his family. We'll talk later then.
Great to see you back in one piece. Purity loves katanas and so do we. That's why I have the finest in all of Tamriel. Right here, right now. Certainly. Now, would you prefer a one-handed blade or two-handed? Got it. Here you go. No problem. Now, go enjoy yourself and enchant it if you'd like. If you weren't so busy saving the world, you sure could make a living as a smith. I've seen your work, and it's jaw-dropping to say the least. Everywhere. I tell Tarius what we need, and he gets it for us through the proper channels. Some of these katanas are imported from Akavir, and others are custom-made by the finest weaponsmiths we know. Those that we don't buy, I make myself. It's a delicate craft, but entertaining. You learn a lot by studying the work of others. It's all up to you. Just go with the one that looks the most stylish, or go with the standard siren issue if you don't want to be a show-off. Katanas, katanas, and more katanas. Have a look. I heard she's a warrior of the highest caliber. An expert in every combat form known to modern scholars, and a graceful wielder of the katana. None of us have seen her in action, but thank heavens for that. We will defend the mistress at any costs before she has to raise her blade. Marcus was a strong warrior. All the training he went through in anticipation of fighting Purity proved he was ready for just about anything. He died without ever seeing combat, and that's a shame that no warrior should suffer. He deserved more. Give them all you've got.
I've heard many great things about you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Valentina, one of the Siren Maids instructors. She joined the Sirens despite my protest to the recruiters. Alarai had so much potential that could have been molded through proper college training. A shame that it had to come to this. If she chooses to leave our order, I will have no qualms. She deserves a better life. Let's be honest, the only reason we have a Maids division in our order is for those who feel uncomfortable handling a weapon. Most of our Ashen wouldn't feel safe attending the college. As Arts Maids, I hope you'll make your college a safer environment compared to your predecessor. When this war is over, most of my students would love to receive a more formal education. I suggest you seek training elsewhere. I'm confident in my abilities, but as an outsider, you have access to far better teachers and resources in the outside world. Use them. Did you sense it when you were in her presence? The energy? I think she's a mage of unimaginable power. It would make a lot of sense. Why else would Master Marcus keep his wife a lower rank at Passaroth? It's because the strongest women among us deserve the title of co-leader. Besides telling you what you already know, I don't have anything to add about the Pinders. Farewell and good luck.
Well, all in all, you did good. Now that we know what they're doing, we can see about intercepting them as they make their way to Pasarath. If we take out one group at a time, it should even the odds for the final attack. I want you to do that. Yes, based on your performance, you're more than capable of handling this mission. I need to send Lilith's team out to recover what's left at the checkpoints you visited in the meantime.
Wait. The commander isn't doing this alone. The Dark Elf is going with her.
Alarai? Is there any reason why?
Just do it, Lord.
Yes, Freya. As you wish.
Aren't you curious about your next mission?
Never mind then.
I am.
Alarai will be joining you. Resignation? I did not expect her to be that affected by recent events, but it is understandable. I wish I could accept it now, but Freya has ordered that she join you on your mission. Perhaps after you've returned, she can be relieved from her duties. I do not have the authority to make that decision. She has to go with you, even if it makes your job much more difficult. You'll find her outside in the grotto. Allow me to explain your mission, then I'll let you go. You're going to Nightgate Inn. Small place, not too far west from Checkpoint 2 and Fort Castoff. If these reports are correct, you should be able to drop in right when a convoy of heroes will be passing through the area. Whatever you have to do, take those heroes out silently, dress up in their gear, and merge with the next group that comes by. Come up with a believable story about what happened to the rest of your team, and they should let you in their ranks. Eventually, you'll come to a chasm northwest of Snowvale Sanctum, where the heroes must pass through to board their boats destined for Pasarath. I want you and Alarai to wipe out the heroes there, hide their bodies, and do the same to the next few groups. Once you've done enough damage, or can't handle anymore, return to the palace. Understood? Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Ms. Pinder is outside, training in the grotto with Kalisa. We've gone through all the necessary evaluations, and she has been given medium armor. Kalisa can inform you about Kasha's current progress. She has been assigned as her personal instructor and evaluator for the duration of her hastened training. That should be all. Good luck.
Poor Alarai. Will she ever learn to brush herself off? Guess you'll be the first to find out. For once, nothing. Nothing at all. Look at it this way. She has to learn to be brave to live in this world. The best way to do that is to send her out on this simple mission. She might be doing all the work, but Hey, that will make her feel guilty, and then she'll have to fight. My? She told you? Lilith.
Watch my movements. Reduce where my katana will strike.
But how? I'm moving too fast.
Concentrate on our duel and not on the commander. Then you will know. Don't mind us. Focus on your mission. I will train Kaja to be an outstanding warrior.
Hey! I was really worried about you after we got news of the attacks on the checkpoints. I guess that means they're going to send you out to do more work, huh? Thanks. I'm doing fine, I guess. I got used to moving around in this armor, but I'm having a bit of trouble using my sword. I always thought that all you had to do was swing. I never thought about blocking. Could you? That might help. If Kalisa is fine with that.
Of course. As long as it doesn't interfere with the commander's current mission, then I don't see any harm. It may be what you need, Miss Pinder. You know the commander better than you know me. It may ease your tension. I'll be by the stairs if you need me. What do you need? She needs to learn how to block. I can't help her until she learns how to react to every swing that I make. I'll continue to observe.
Okay. So what combat form should I practice? Maybe I should switch weapons and try something lighter? Blocking? Sure, but you do have a shield or sword, right? I don't want to hurt you or anything. If you say so. Now get your stuff together and let me know when you're ready. I won't go easy on you. Are you ready? Defend yourself! Don't attack me! I hit you, you block. Understand? Let's start over. Done. Hope you were impressed. I get the idea. Dodge, dodge, block, strike. Aw, that's what I've been doing. Thanks for the help anyway. At least I got some experience. You should get back to your mission. Training with me would get really boring. Really fast. Remember to take care of yourself as always. Oh, by the way, I asked them to give me some time off so I can get back to cleaning your houses. I'll let you know what they say.
So what's up? You're the commander? Hope you're a master marksman. We're dying for people who know how to use a bow properly. No, they train themselves. Carriage driving isn't the most glamorous job around here, but it's the most self-driven. Pun not intended. Out and around Skyrim, it gets lonely without them, and I am fearful for their safety, but we all know the risks. Sure, I always pass on a few tips to those willing to learn. Well, what is there to say for a woman that rarely makes public appearances? There's a ton of tales floating around about how incredible she is at everything, from dueling to archery. I'm just dying to have a one-on-one talk with her so I can confirm or deny whether any of them are true. Let's hope Kasha doesn't get herself hurt. Her family has done more than enough for our Legion. I guess I'll get back to work.
Sorry, but I need to talk to several more teams of Sirens. We'll speak again after your mission.
Need to ask me something? I'm sorry. Freya killed him, just like the Purity prisoner you tried bringing in. There was nothing we could do. Command just doesn't feel comfortable about keeping prisoners alive, no matter their value. You'd have to ask the mistress yourself to understand why. Farewell, ma'am.
I just received the report on your last assignment. Good work. Freya acts on her own will. She saw the risk of keeping an enemy prisoner alive within our base, so she chose to terminate him. Do not concern yourself with the loss of any potential information we may have gained. The man was of a low rank and would not know the future movements of his allies. Then that is what we will discuss.
Hello, Commander. I'm Penelope. Just say the word and I'll help out in any way I can. What don't I do? I'm the lead instructor for one-handed weapons training and an overseer for general non-combat operations. Hard work, huh?
Do you think she'll speak to us soon? Master Marcus is dead and she hasn't come out. Maybe she's just really busy?
We have a lot to be thankful for when it comes to the Pinders. That's all there is to it. See you on the battlefield.
Need something?
Commander, I can already sense that you have bad news. They didn't accept, did they? Then there is still hope that I may leave and go to where I truly belong, the College of Winterhold. I didn't realize you were the Archmage until Instructor Valentina told me. Would I be welcomed at your college? Can I become a true mage? Excellent. I'm glad that I already have a friend in the college. It will make the transition much easier. Oh, sorry. It's a scroll that teleports the reader back to the palace. I figured that after the ambush, it might be useful to have something like this with us, in case it happens again. Speaking of which, what's our mission? How convenient. This scroll might be seeing some use sooner than I thought. I'm right behind you, Commander. Let's make my final mission one to remember.
Hey, how's it going? Same way you did. Very important people are worth a lot to Matari. Oh, what are we going to do? Complain to Matari? She loves me for what I do. Seduce you? I like you. How can't you see that? Oh, do I have stories to tell you? But I should save them for when you're a little older. Hey, don't look at me. I hang around Matari most of the time. Never spoke to Marcus. He seemed like the kind of man who wouldn't get along with me. You know, the do no evil hero type. Pinder family is nice. I mean, they founded us and everything. Gotta repay the favor and protect them, huh? Sweet dreams.
Yes?
Welcome. let me know if you want anything. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
There they are. But only 2? What happened to the rest of the team? Maybe we should talk to them before... I'll stay close and try not to get in the way. I'm ready when you are.
Hadring got himself another customer, eh?
Yeah, what do you want? Save your money, citizen. We already have a mission. Just waiting for the rest of my team to show up. Well, aren't you curious? It's just a security job for some old fortress to the east. Why? You planning on attacking it? First you want to hire me, now you want to join. What are you, some sort of freelancer? If you want to join the Heroes of Nern, you have to sign on officially with our commander. Trouble is that he's a busy man these days. Tell you what, you buy me a bottle of Norn mead, and I'll put in a good word for you. Just know that we're very active right now, so don't think you'll be able to cruise along without making some sacrifices.
Can I talk to you about something? In private? Commander, are you thinking about poisoning the drink? I could help with that. Just give me the mead and a poison when you're ready. Do you need me to mix the poison? Remember, I need the Nord mead. Any kind of poison will work just fine. That's it. You have the poison. Give it to him.
You want something from me?
Better have that bottle of Norn mead if you're going to talk. Thanks. Hold my helmet, will you? Say, this is kind of funny. When you're burned down to a crisp by dragons or something. Anyway, we could use someone like you in some fire team. We're desperate for some men after the mess in the west. So where will you... my stomach. No. Serenities. You know good.
I'm ready when you are. Ready? We should make our way outside before the others pass through. I pray that they don't come inside and see the bodies. We should sheathe the ebony swords that they were carrying. One oddity is all it will take for them to become suspicious.
something?
There you are. Thought we'd have to drag you out. So, what team are you from? Right, just wanted to make sure. Can't be too safe with liars and seducers running around this world. The rest of your team is on its way. We'll meet up at the rendezvous, so you might as well come with us. We're late enough as it is. What is it? Fine. Since we're late, we'll walk faster. Don't complain when you can't keep up.
You're trespassing here. You'd better clear out.
You're trespassing here. You better clear out. You're trespassing here. You're trespassing. You better clear out.
Better clear out. You're trespassing here. Better clear out.
You're trespassing.
Gentlemen and ladies, you are all being transferred to Pazarath as your brothers fight in the west. You will do so in the east. An attack is imminent. Purity has broken the limbs of our foes. Now they limp towards us expecting mercy. What do we have to say to them?
No mercy.
Exactly. You've all fought the Temptresses by now. Their skills are weak. Their time hiding like cowards has taken its toll. For every lie, murder, and debaucherous act committed in the name of peace, one shall fall to your blade. What do you have to say about that, hero?
One shall fall to my blade.
One shall fall to mine.
Captain, do you have further orders from Innocence?
No, sir. They only conveyed your orders to move a quarter of our forces stationed on the island to Hazarath.
What? I never gave that order. They know we need to keep the island safe at full strength. If the Sirens even get hint at what we found.
Sir, if I may relay a message from Vigentius, it would be of no consequence.
Then there is not as we thought there would be from the very beginning. I'll have a word with Vincentius soon enough. If he undermines my authority again, we may need to adjust our plans. Now, what teams are on their way?
The rest of Sapphire, Ruby, and what's left of Onyx.
And these two you've brought in from Sapphire.
That's what they said.
Sapphire doesn't have female heroes. That's it. It's you. Dragonborn. No siren deserves to live, except for you. So what is it? Pledging your allegiance to the enemy, or do you have some sort of master plan to wipe them out single-handedly? The one they call Matari has her hands on all of them. If they haven't left the Order already, there is no hope of saving them. I'm sorry. Was she now? So why send her on a high-risk mission at all? Can't you see what they're doing? They're weeding out all of the weak and unfaithful. Maybe you're among them, but you don't have to die. Join us. Together we can wipe them off the face of the world. We fight to bring justice to this world. Just like you, Dragonborn. I can keep repeating myself, but that single word, justice, is the essence of the heroes. The Sirens have already proven themselves to be untrustworthy, so I keep fighting until they stab you in the back. Choosing between Sirens and purity isn't easy, I know. But when one holds a dagger to the throat of the world, and the other is doing what must be done to save it, the choice is clear. You met them. When? No. They did it again! Liars. Just like the Sirens. I'll need to keep my heroes closer. Genocide against the Sirens. They can't possibly think. No. It's not true. Nice try. Purity is insane, but not that insane. So I take it you're not going to come with us. So be it. From noble hero to disillusioned enemy, a tragic way to fall. Forgive me, Dragonborn. But I can't bring myself to kill someone like you. My men are more courageous than I. May your death be quick and painless.
Halloray, is she... Have some restraint around her, and don't give in to your anger. We may not agree with what she did, but during times like these, we can't let rivalries interfere with our battle strategies. I need a report about what happened, beginning to end. Heavy losses for the heroes. I would say that's a success even though Bosca got away. We should expect less resistance at Pazarath now. It's going to happen very soon. It has to. You can see that we're losing women by trying to chip away at their defenses as they regroup at Pazarath. No matter how many we take out before the battle, the fort is already heavily fortified, enough to pose a challenge no matter when we attack. The longer we wait, the stronger their defenses get. The sooner we take it out, the sooner we can reclaim our foothold in the east. You've done enough for now. I need to prepare the Sirens for battle. Between us, it's going to be bloody. We're doing exactly what Purity wants us to do. Attack Pazarath, and there's no way around it. I wanted you to get some rest before the attack, but something's come up. By orders of Matari, Freya is to accompany you on a classified mission involving a supposedly high-ranking Purity member. Possibly an assassination. Freya will discuss the objective with you. Here's your payment based on your performance. Don't worry about Alaray. I'll have the next returning scout team fetch her body. I'll be around for a while longer if you have any questions. And Commander, be careful around Freya. What do we have? I believe she and Kalisa are done training for now. If she's not in her room, then charm instructor Kathy may have sent her to one of the bars for a lesson. Heavy fighting with the heroes. It's all over now. Their survivors were either killed by you or by the Sirens on their way to Pazarath. I was an Imperial Legion officer, had a fallout with the chain of command for disobeying orders, and was discharged. I had no gold and no home after that, so I was a beggar on the streets of Bruma for almost a year. The Sirens took notice and began offering me food and training so I could regain my fitness. I had no reason to decline their invitation to join the Order. Of course, I lied about why I was discharged. They aren't likely to take in people who question their superiors. I sent them out earlier to recover anything worth keeping from the checkpoints that were destroyed. They should be back by the time we launch the attack on Pazarath. It's nothing. Her insults and attitude toward me are only a reflection of her personality. They're not something that should be taken to heart. Only Matari knows the exact count, but from those that I've interacted with, we are easily in the hundreds. Roughly 1% are non-Ashen. Can you keep a secret? Remember when I said that I'm an expert strategist and coordinate every mission with extreme precision? I'm afraid you haven't seen my skill set in action, because these missions are being handed down by Freya. Well, I'm still in charge of sending out the rest of the Sirens on their scout patrols and minor tasks. It's just the missions you've been given so far are off-limits to me to modify or improve in any way. I wasn't supposed to send you out on that first mission with Lilith, but I did anyway. It was almost certain that her team would be ambushed. That weak reason I gave for having you join the team, to inspire fear, was only an excuse in case Freya asked. Freya wasn't happy about what I did, so she was there for your last debriefing, so she could make sure Alaray was attached to the mission. Keep your suspicions. We each have our own, but this is no time to question the leadership. Save that for after we defeat Purity. Then, you and I can talk. We'll get through this.
Go ahead. Let's see what we can do. Return safely.
These texts provide very little information about treating Helljoint. These sirens came in from an attack on their outpost in the west. Some of them have contracted diseases after wandering back to the palace wounded. Certainly. I'm not a medic or a healer, so any form of assistance would be most appreciated.
Yes?
Madam?
What do you need?
Anyways, I haven't seen you around before. You from around the area?
Yeah, kind of. What about you?
I live outside Riften with my father. We work the farm, raise cows at the meat markets, stuff like that. What about your family?
I don't really have a family, but what was that you said about...
Whoa. Hold on. No family? A young woman like you shouldn't be out on her own so soon in life.
Well, things change in ways we don't want them to.
I hear you. Say, want another drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty. Would you excuse me for a minute?
Sure. You coming back?
Yeah, I just want to take a walk outside for a while.
Hey, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Mind if I come?
No, no. I just want to be alone for a while. How did I do?
You did okay, I guess. You made a friend. That's the minimum goal for seduction training.
The minimum? So I barely made it through. What did I do wrong?
Well, you stuck to uncomfortable topics about your personal life, didn't make any lighthearted conversation, declined all of his advances.
I get it. I messed it up from the beginning. I shouldn't have tried dodging his questions.
Oh no, we all need to have some secrets. The key is to be playful and have fun with him. Drop some hints and let him fish for the full story. Oh, I have an idea. Commander, care to roleplay with me? Just to give Kasha an example of what I mean. Hello, are you waiting for someone? Waiting for me? You're kidding! Why didn't you come say hi earlier? A pleasure. I'm Catherine. You know, I was watching you too. Interesting people attract one another. Aw, I'm sorry. I was hoping to get something out of it for myself. I kind of wanted to do this with you. You're my hero, and there's no better confidence booster than to seduce someone like you. Teehee. Huh? You're feisty today. If you aren't in too much of a hurry, I'd like to chat with you in the bar if that's okay. You know, as friends.
You showed up just on time. If you hadn't, she might have made me go through that again. It just feels wrong, tricking someone into believing you're their friend so you can get close enough to hurt them. I couldn't do it. I'm lucky that it's so easy to pass this part of training. That's exactly my problem. It might not be for her, but it is for someone like me. Maybe you. I actually wanted to talk to you about what we've been doing. We haven't had much time to speak since we came here. Have you learned anything at all? About Matari? If you do, let me know as soon as you can. I'm already uneasy around some of the sirens as it is. Not all of them are bad. The non-Ashen sirens get along with me very well. They've talked to me about my father, about my history, and helped me out with training when they should have been sleeping. Kalisa is my best friend here so far. She's my main instructor. The way she talks about my father makes me feel that she's one of the few sirens who still believes that protecting my family is a priority. But the others, the Ashen, they act differently. Have you spoken to any of them? Every time I ask about the past, they all start talking about Matari. I can't get anything out of them except praise for every little thing she's done. She's worse, but in a different way. She doesn't talk about Matari in every other conversation, but she really, really likes seduction. That's why Kathy stuck me with her, so I could get the best training possible in only a day. Did she tell you her story about the Imperials? You can hear it in her voice. She had no remorse. She loved it. Good idea. The Golden Maidens are Matari's personal servants. If something's going to happen, they'll show the first warning signs. I know. They've been talking about you. That you're a hero and one of the greatest things that's ever happened to the Sirens. The same people that are worshipping Matari are doing the same for you. I'm worried. I have another training session in a few hours. I should go take a nap.
What do you need?
I'm glad you found some time to talk. So are we friends or something much more? Why ruin the surprise? Everyone's waiting. Mistress Matari will come out when she feels it's right. She has some big announcements you'll be happy to hear. Secrets are secrets for a reason. Where's the fun in knowing everything there is to know about a person? What a boring relationship. Why? Don't you believe in the wonderful Matari? The one who has granted us all a home and life? You don't have doubts in her, do you? She wouldn't be very happy to hear that. Excessive? I don't think it's excessive. Alright, we'll talk again real soon.
Mistress, it's not what it looks like. No, I need to act more surprised.
Finally! We've been standing here all day practicing. What? She's dead? Oh. Scratch one siren and ship her home. I did not. Alarai was pretty good for a siren mage. Why would I send her to her grave on purpose? Every siren counts in this war, you know. But you know what's funny? She was leaving the sirens anyway, so in the end, does it really matter? No, it doesn't. There is no such thing as a future for a siren that leaves the Order. Their place is here with the rest of us. If she left, she would have come crawling back. Blah blah blah, for such a cute girl, you talk too much. Okay, so don't be embarrassed, just say yes or no. Have you read The Last Argonian Maid? Have you? Great, so I don't have to give you all the details. What we're going to do is reenact The Last Argonian Maid for one very lucky man, Crantius Colto. Well, not the real Crantius, he's just a fictional character. The man we're performing for is a huge fan of the play. So much of a fan that he changed his name to Crantius. Crantius just so happens to be a top purity commander. Why not kill two birds with one stone? We have fun and hit purity where it hurts, literally. The titular maid does her thing, and right when Crantius isn't expecting it, wham! Think you can handle it, Grace?
Yes, mistress. I am happy to serve.
Are you in character or out? It's so hard to tell with you. All that's missing now is your outfit. Close your eyes, Commander. Now if that's not Crass's curious definition of Lister tale, then I don't know what is. Grace, you look amazing.
Why, thank you, mistress. It was so kind of the Golden Maidens to provide us such a wonderful outfit.
Yuck, smells like them too. Remind me to tell them to stop bathing in snowberry perfume. Now that you're looking the part, it's time to venture to his cottage, southeast of Markarth and east of Dushnichial. The pervert has hauled himself up and is waiting for Purity to call him back into the service. You know the drill, Lister Tail. Act all submissive, lower his guard, and slice him up. Mission success.
Yes, ma'am. The master will not lay another hand on me.
Hey, you're welcome to give him a happy ending, but if you insist. As for you, Commander, we'll talk some more once we get there, since I know you're dying to ask questions, like always. We'll meet outside his cottage. No rush. I'll find some way to entertain myself while I wait. I have a sexy maid with me after all.
You must speak with Freya so we may continue.
We're here. Oh, Lister Tail. Remember to say hi to your master for me, right when you break his heart. Look at her wag that tail. Crantius better treat her right. We're alone, just the way I like it. That's between the two of us. I can tell you one thing. Don't be surprised if she stays in there quite a while. Interrogations are boring. Besides, we already know everything there is to know. You think I'm hiding something? Don't be absurd. It's just that we've been wasting our time dealing with these people when we already have what we want. Matari has some big news after we retake Pazarath. Just wait and watch. It might have something to do with the location of Purity's main base. Oh, but enough about that. Let's talk about you. So why do you think I brought you here? You have no role in this mission. Do you think you're only here so I can admire your beauty? Nailed it. You're a hard person to get a hold of, Commander. Always running around doing missions for little pay. What you need is a vacation with me. But before we get ahead of ourselves, I've been curious about something. When you first came here, you hardly knew what the whole war was about. You were with that one girl, Kasia. So, are you two friends? Enemies? Lovers? Or someone that you have fun with on the side? We all need someone to take our frustrations out on. Does she rub you the wrong way? Then hit her. And when you do, she'll hate you, but she'll still follow you. Because you're all she has. What I do with my students is my business. Very, very personal business. But we can make it our own if you let me show you. Hey, look. Grant is expecting visitors. That's not according to plan. Hi, Rose. You waiting for Crantius too?
Yes. He's not home?
Oh, he's home. He's just busy entertaining a guest. Those women must cost him a fortune, huh?
Oh, how foul. Grant! Wait a minute. It's you! Stendar above, grant me the strength to vanquish this nemesis.
You're a jumpy one. Come on, let's dance. Sorry about that. Now, where were we? Probably because we're old friends of Crantius. I'll get to the point. Me and Crantius were together for a month. It wasn't serious, but I guess that's out of the bag. Okay, maybe he wasn't purity, but you know what? He was pretty bad. So bad that the vigilance kicked him out for blasphemy and lewd misconduct. The things he did to me. Let's hope Stendar wasn't watching. We stopped seeing each other. He started seeing other women. And I got jealous. Technically, it's not personal when Matari grants you permission to use siren assets. You and Grace. Like I said, you needed a vacation. Fighting purity gets dull if that's all you plan on doing while working with the sirens. Hey, looks like she's finished. Now excuse me while I bring down his house.
His death was swift. He did not suffer. He died with a smile.
That's the end of that for my old flame. Get it? Like what? I enjoy it because I'm bored, Commander. I want to see this dull world brought to life. And frankly, I love seeing wholesome things run through the mud. There is nothing more innocent than a maid. So if they can fall as far as to become the playthings of a sexual deviant like Crantius, that's all the entertainment I need. What do you think? And that is exactly the type of thinking that makes this place so drab in comparison to my world. Now, are we done making the subject deeper than it needs to be? It's just what I like to call fun. That's the plan. Oh, you'll need to go see Matari. She wants to talk to you about the upcoming battle. Hope you don't intrude on her during one of her meetings. Her golden maidens. You don't think they go into her meditation chamber just to talk, do you? You seriously cannot be that naive. I know the leader and the golden maidens better than anyone else. But let's not judge them based on their hobbies. They're mine too. Go if you're so impatient. Grace and I walk at our own pace to enjoy the scenery and admire the suffering. Like old Krantis in there. Okay, so don't be embarrassed, just say yes or no. Have you read The Last Argonian Maid? Have you? Been practicing yourself for the role of Lifts Her Tail too? What we're going to do is reenact The Last Argonian Maid for one very lucky man, Crantis Colton. Well, not the real Crantis, he's just a fictional character. The man we're performing for is a huge fan of the play. So much of a fan that he changed his name to Crantis. Crantis just so happens to be a top purity commander. Why not kill two birds with one stone? We have fun and hit purity where it hurts. Literally. The titular maid does her thing, and right when Crantis isn't expecting it, wham! Think you can handle it, Grace?
Yes, mistress. I am happy to serve.
That's great and all, but I just can't get my mind of someone. Someone close by and just as sexy as you are. Someone like... the commander.
I would be content if you were to take the part, sister.
So, do you want to be the star of the show? Lifts Her Tail? All the good stuff? Let it go as far as you want. If I were an Argonian, I would take it all the way. Then I'd kill him. But that's just me. Also, you better know the play by heart. Crantis expects a line-by-line performance. One little slip, and your fun ends prematurely. Keep it going as long as you can, unless you just want to slit his throat and get it over with. Is it so obvious? Don't answer that. Of course it is. Yes. Sorry, Grace. We'll keep you as backup. If Crantis is as by the book as we think he is, then 2 lasty maids would just be too much. What a shame. That would be my dream. Now let's undress you and get you into this maid outfit, Commander. Look at you, the spitting image of Lifts Her Tail herself. Crassus Curio would have been proud. That's not very ladylike of you, Lifts Her Tail. Or did the submissive maid growl some fangs? I don't want to hand the role back to Grace if I don't have to. You're so used to wearing armor and looking all noble. If the mission demands it, you have to wear something tasteless, just to impress the slack-jawed men that are begging for a dagger in the heart. We go pay Crantis a visit. The pervert has holed himself up in a cottage southeast of Markarth, enjoying his time off before Purity calls him back. Imagine his surprise when the beautiful beast plops right on his doorstep. He'd be stupid not to invite you in. I know you're going to start asking questions. Save them for when we get there. We'll need to do some warm-ups anyway before you go inside. You take all the time in the world. Show that outfit of yours around town. You might get lucky. Grace and I will be waiting for you outside his home, lives her tale. The show can start without you.
We must hurry to Crantius' shack. You must speak with Freya so we may continue.
Hope you didn't get your maid outfit dirty. Ready to practice? Fine. What is it? Where's the fun in that? Give him a farewell fit for a king. You think too much. Remember what kind of naive little Argonian you're playing. Fine. Interrogate him. Why? The battle for Pazarath is right around the bend. We already know how bad it's going to be. No interrogation. Be a good little maid and do your job. Because we already know. Look, just do as I say, and we can all go home with big smiles on our faces. Matari will explain everything to everyone after Pazarath. Trust me. Great. So, what we're going to do is quickly go over your lines from Act 4, Scene 3. You know, the one involving the spear. That's 5 lines left. I'll grade you on performance at the end, based on whether you read the correct line and how you say it. Okay, so you walk into Crantius' chambers. He says something to insinuate that you're here for something more. Is that all you have come here for, little one? My chambers? So you are, my darling, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and shapely tail. Fear not, you are safe here with me. Cleaning, huh? I have something for you. Here, polish my spear. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. And there. End of Act 4, Scene 3. 2 mistakes, but we can't all be perfect, right? The problem is you didn't get the tone of each line right. At all! Remember, act innocent, but be seductive. It can't be that hard, can it? Not happy with the evaluation? There's still time to practice. But hey, blood or you know what, this can only end one way. It's death. Stroll right in when you're ready, lift your tail.
Good luck dealing with your master, lifts her tail.
By the 9! Oh, Holy Ghost, thank you for blessing me with such a marvelous gift. Thank you. Thank you! Heavens, I must be dreaming! Excellent! Simply excellent! I'm not care where you're from, little maid. Consider yourself hired! Oh yes! Where should we begin? We both know each other so well. Maybe we regurgitate old dialogue, or shall we create something new? I have exhausted myself to know our story from front to back as I waited for you, my sweet. We should make a new scene. There will be plenty of time to reenact the famous scene known to all, but today, we continue Crash's Curio's dream. It has already begun! Tell me, what services do you provide? Cooking and cleaning? This is your house now too, you must take good care of it. That you are, my petite servant. But there are more chores to be done. You must tend to your garden and check whether your melons are ripe. Ah, do not worry. I shall check them myself. Her melons will be checked in due time. Tonight, I will feast upon yours before she gets home. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. Hush now, my love. The words we spoke to one another were sheer brilliance. Crassus himself is smiling down on us. Come to my bed. I shall caress your supple melons. Lift your tail, shall we? I require this will mend, my sweet. Ah, let me put my dagger aside. There. No, no. Keep it on. Now, steady. Careful now, or you'll fall off. What are you trying to reach for? Wait! No! Don't!
A dagger in the heart, huh? Old-fashioned, but it was so artistically done. Don't bother checking his cabinets. A high-class purity commander like him would keep his place booby-trapped. Time to burn this house to the ground. We should run.
Our mistress requires our full attention.
No time to chat. It's working time.
Excuse me, darling, but we are busy.
Busy here.
I must concentrate on our lovely mistress.
It is finished then. I sense the man known as Crantius Coulter was no longer among the living. Just as I can hear the echoes of pleasure from this building's second floor, I can hear the dying voice of a man who cared for nothing but the flesh. It will likely be the last of its kind. It was a necessary favor for Freya, to prevent her from being compromised. Freya is a special case. Her needs must be met so she may continue to serve Serenity's sirens effectively. As a gifted siren, It is in our best interest that she is at peace with herself and with those that seek to harm her. Crantius himself was not Freya's primary concern. It has already begun. I have relieved Trisha of her duty as battlemaster. Her strategy consisted of sending a large force to retake Pazarath. That will no longer be necessary. Instead, I am sending 3 strike teams to enter the fort from 2 different locations. The first team is yours, and the same that accompanied you to retrieve the intelligence reports. The second consists of highly trained sirens that I hope to leave permanently stationed at the fort after it is retaken. The third team may be of interest to you. It is composed of 2 sirens, Kalisa and her newest student, Kaja. I have ordered that she take a personal leave until this mission is complete. Given her protests and anger, I'm afraid she will not be coming back. It is unfortunate that the best strategist this order has ever known will be the first to leave the Sirens. Our scouts report that she was last seen crossing the border into Cyrodiil, perhaps to return to her old home in Bruma. That is for me to decide. Kaja has shown some promise in the time you have been gone. She is far from a true warrior, but her hastened assimilation into our ranks requires her to experience battle firsthand, to truly appreciate our teachings. During her trial at Pazarath, she will be guided and protected by Kalisa, one of our more capable warriors. She will give her life to save Kaja if need be. Good. Then there shall be no further argument. Yes, with 2 other teams assisting you, this mission will be less troublesome than you may be accustomed to on your spare time. Trisha's plan would have cost us many sirens to achieve victory. We need not take such risks. However, the threat to my sirens is still there. Your strength is that of 100 warriors. You are their replacement, and as such you will be the Siren's guardian during this battle. The majority will be heroes of Nirn as usual, along with several Project Purity assassins. You will most likely encounter a new enemy there as well, Project Purity Vanguards. These vanguards are altered beasts that were once man. Their armors have fused with their skin. Expect them to be wielders of both magic and sword. Aside from their soldiers, you should expect a high-ranking Purity officer at Pazarath, Vincentius. He is an old, frightened man that should easily be disposed of if you are the first to encounter him. Also, if your reports of the incident near Snowvale Sanctum are true, then you should expect Bosca to be guarding Vincentius. If I may ask, how did you allow Bosca to escape your encounter? That is understandable. Hope that it does not occur again. Killing Bosca now would guarantee the destabilization of the heroes and destroy Purity's greatest weapon. There is one last thing you should know before I allow you to leave for Pazarath. Something very important that you must heed. There is a grotto atop Fort Pazarath. Vincentius will surely be near that area, given its symbolic importance to Purity. In that grotto is a shrine dedicated to a spirit that perished there 200 years ago fighting an infant version of Purity. The spirit is a master of deceit. Her trickery has no bounds. She is a being that has no place in this world. She calls herself Serenity. That is true. but she follows the agenda of a caste of hypocrites and maniacs that make the Daedric Lord Sheogorath's realm seem tame in comparison. Serenity's master was a malevolent goddess. Her realm is shunned by all who have had the misfortune of meeting her. Even now, the anomalies that she carelessly unleashed upon the world during the Oblivion Crisis linger to this day. Thankfully, they are contained within Cyrodiil and pose us no inconvenience. The Pinder family has encountered her clan periodically throughout the years. Her interfering presence has only diminished with Marcus's birth. Marcus was wise in keeping Serenity's true nature a secret from the rest of the Sirens. The grotto was normally sanctioned off for security purposes when we still controlled it. The Sirens would not have been comfortable knowing that the being of love and peace, as they were led to believe, was actually a vengeful spirit guarding their roof. All of that should be reason enough for you, Commander, to not believe in Serenity's lies, no matter how shocking or appealing they may be to believe. It is time for you to go. The Golden Maidens and I will continue our battle meditation, so our concentrated energy may flow through your Sirens during combat. The fall of Fort Pazarath will mark the beginning of the end for Project Purity. When you return victoriously, I will make my long-awaited speech to all of Serenity's Sirens in the armory. Now go and fight with honor. I will be watching over you. Go. Retake Fort Pazarath.
Our mistress requires our full attention.
Just like old times, eh? Yeah, but it was a big, memorable one when we got to the bridge. This one is going to be 10 times as bad.
Hey, thought you might be needing this. It's going to get nasty in there. Good luck.
Don't worry, we have your back.
If I'd had known Mutari's plan, I would have warned you. I'm sorry. Kasha joining us on this mission is completely unexpected, and something that Marcus would never have approved of. Especially since she won't be under your personal protection. Unless you believe in giving Kasha moral support, there is nothing. Her life is in the hands of Kalissa's team. Kalissa strongly believes in the protection of the Pinder family. She shares the same sentiments as we do. Aside from you, there is no better guardian for Kasha. We can trust her. Go ahead. We have some time before the other two teams arrive. We weren't at the palace when it happened. Melody only mentioned it in passing when she relayed Mutari's orders. Besides the Golden Maidens, it seems no one was present when Trisha was relieved. Mutari. We shouldn't discuss this any further. I see it too. Be on guard. There is nothing we can do to take back what we said in the past. That would not make Command happy. That's an extreme accusation, and something you shouldn't bring up around the others. Killing is not out of the norm for the Maidens, but to kill one of their own is unheard of. Only Freya could be so callous. Which makes the implications even more disturbing. If I find out anything, I'll let you know. Trisha was a friend, and someone we could trust. Serenity's Sirens needed her. There is one other thing we need to discuss. Serenity. Melody told us the same thing Matari told you. This being is not as good-natured as we were led to believe. I know you want to speak to her. Serenity is a holy matron. A group that has remained elusive and unknown to every siren since our order was founded by Marcus. He never told us who or what she was, only that she was a being of pure love. Our leaders sure liked to keep their secrets. So much that I've been given strict orders to prevent you from entering the Forbidden Grotto, where her spirit rests. I'm choosing to belay that order. Whether or not Serenity is as dangerous as Command is now making her out to be, she has the answers that you and I are looking for. It took some convincing, but they've agreed to accidentally ignore any attempts you make in getting to Serenity's shrine. Still, you shouldn't make it so obvious. I'm not sure if the other teams have been given the same order. In the middle of the battle, I suggest you and Kasha get to the second floor and make your way to the shrine. Things are changing back at the palace. I suspect Matari is about to make a bold move. The pieces are all aligned. Marcus is dead, and our battle master is gone. The only people left standing that control the future of Serenity's sirens are Freya, the Golden Maidens, and Matari. She may as well have been our leader, ever since Marcus began drifting away. She announced that she was our official leader to you. She's about to announce it to the rest of us. Look, they're here. Allow me to speak with Calissa so we can outline our strategy.
Lilith, everyone is here. They're ready to move at Commander's order.
I wasn't expecting a team of assassins.
They've been attached to this mission at the last minute. They wanted to repay the Commander's efforts in helping you by joining your team.
Understood. Our plan is to enter the fortress from the front entrance. Your team and Sasha's will enter from the back.
Do you expect them to have the gates raised?
Likely. But there is a master control within the reservoir that would lower them. When they're down, we can circle around the outer perimeter and reach the command center.
So we'll regroup at the staircase leading up to the second floor. Then we terminate with Cynthius and Buster.
Yes. We'll need to make adjustments as we go if something goes wrong.
Ready then?
Ready. Stay safe, Kalisa. Board our boat when you're equipped and ready.
As soon as you board your boat, the rest of us will follow suit. You don't need to say anything. My life belongs to the Pindar family, just like every siren should be. Focus on your mission. I will focus on keeping Kaja safe. They are the wounded sirens you helped in the armory. They wish to join you on this mission as a thank you for saving them. Fight as one and we will prevail.
Need something? Yes?
Don't worry. We have your back.
You believe what they're making me do? That's the plan, but I wish I was on your team. I know. That's why I promise I won't do anything crazy. So don't worry about me, okay? Kalisa told me that there might be. Do you think I might find my mother? maybe I'll know just by looking at her. Or maybe some of the bodies will have something that can help identify her. Thank you. Just don't jeopardize your team by doing so. We should get back with our teams. I think we're heading out soon. I'll see you after we win, okay?
Don't worry. I hid the carriage so no one will know you guys are coming.
This is it. There's no telling what we'll find once we're inside. No. All of us have always been stationed at Euphoria. However, Samantha has been studying old logs and gathering descriptions from those who have, so she will serve as our guide. From this point on, you're in charge of this team. Give us our orders and we will carry them out. You may want to talk to the others for advice. When you're ready, let me know so we can go through the door. Take your time. Gather your best gear before we move on.
If you need any potions when we're inside, let me know. I brought several spare bottles just for you. They may not seem very effective, but yes, they will. It's what they've been trained to do all of their lives. They follow their orders without hesitation or protest.
I've studied the layout of Pazaroth for days. I'll know what's around every corner. Purity built it to safeguard their history 200 years ago. They abandoned it, we found it, and now they have it again. Our turn. No one in Serenity's Sirens has ever been allowed to enter the grotto, so I have no idea what you'll find up there. The scouts reported they were on their way here a week ago. None of us have fought one yet, but they were used during Purity's battle with the Pinders in High Rock almost 100 years ago. We know they're tough to take down and have a range of destruction spells, and they're tall, very tall.
Are you ready? Malene, open that door.
On it. This thing better not explode in my face.
I emptied out most of the powder when we found it. There's just enough in there to break it. Trust me.
It's set. Everyone stand back.
Holy! There goes our element of surprise.
As if we ever had it. That also doubled as the signal for the other teams to attack.
This is it! Everyone go! Those blue crystals aren't natural. They're the work of a mage, like Vincentius. They're as hard as metal. It would take hours for us to cut through just one. We'll need to go around so we can regroup with the other teams. Yes?
Purity doesn't seem as exotic as I imagined. Don't get me wrong, they're crazy, but did something happen to them since the Westfield massacre?
Heard that sirens either call themselves as Pazarath or Euphoria sirens. That's inevitable when you keep them separated, usually permanently.
We'll need to have someone go into the reservoir and activate the master override to lower all the gates. I brought several water-breathing potions. Which one of us should go? Understood. Here. Take these 2 potions of water-breathing. It's very easy to get lost in the reservoir. Use them only when you need them most. As soon as you lower the gates, we'll regroup with the other teams.
I knew it!
Now's your chance. Protect Kasha and get to the upper floors. The rest of us will fight off any additional reinforcements.
Those sons of bitches got Callisa. Kill them. Kill them all.
Oh gods, they got Kalisa. They got her. Where can we go? They could be anywhere. From Serenity? But they closed off the grotto. We aren't allowed. Okay.
What was that? I knew it! told you she wouldn't be easy to kill.
No matter. Fate isn't so kind to those that have fulfilled that destiny as foretold by the Elder Scrolls. All it takes is the right circumstance for her to fall. We will kill her.
And you'll be doing it without my heroes.
Consider our actions retribution for your incompetence at Jonestead.
I wasn't aware she was more than just a guardian that Marcus hired.
But you did, when you met her outside Snowveil Sanctum. Your admiration for this woman has proven you to be an incapable leader. Thus I am denying your request to transport a cargo from the island to Innocence.
So you deny the one thing that can defend your home and defeat the Sirens? How does that make you any better than I?
Simple. We actually have a plan. Our alchemists have made a breakthrough in our project. It's only a matter of time before we reveal it to you. And when we do, you'll be given the opportunity to use it.
And if I don't want any part in your plan, what happens?
Then your request stays denied.
Fine, but it better be good.
Believe me, Commander, it will be. Now, shouldn't you be fighting alongside your warriors?
What warriors? They're all dead. I'm leaving.
It's her! Man! Look around you. What do you see? The victims of a cause gone too far, or the sacrifices that the world demands.
How can you do this? You're a monster!
I wasn't talking to you. Tell me, Commander. Make me understand your point of view. What do you want? Wrong? In what way? Are you still under the impression that we're responsible for nearly 200 years of suffering of this poor girl's family? Things have changed. A gap of lost history and information lies between the Oblivion crisis and the present. You have no idea what we have gone through to be here today. You bring that up for good reason. It seems like another attack on the Pinder family, but it is so much more. We're done with the master plan of slowly prodding the beast until it bites back. That was done decades ago. Marcus' death was a statement, the first of many. Brutality against who? The Sirens or... Disgusting to look at, yes. But their bodies had to be burned to ensure that they can't be used for more nefarious purposes. They wouldn't have suffered as long as they surrendered. Unfortunately, none of them did. We had no choice. Consider it mercy killings, if you will. This is war. They fight for the enemy, they die. There is no easier way around the issue. To turn them against their mistress is something that would require time, and time is a dying commodity. Not anymore. I'm sorry, child. You are among the Sirens now. Like them, it's too late for you. She could have died in peace with us, Commander. There was no need to drag her into war. Asked in ignorance, The two of you so foolish to get involved in something that has escalated past a rivalry between two clans. This war is no longer about the Penders. Capturing Bazaroth was our moment of glory and a symbolic moment of defiance. There is something poetic about returning to the home where we first tasted defeat. And we know that to truly touch Matari's mind, you must be poetic with your victories. Notice, every single Purity member that you killed on your way here knew that this would be their grave. We knew that there was no way we could possibly hold on to this fort for so long. What we believed could be achieved here was to kill as many Sirens as possible, until you appeared in the war. So, how many Sirens died today? Strange and convenient. When faced against incredible odds, only one person dies. And did she happen to bear any signs of skepticism towards the Sirens? She weaves a tapestry of illusion around you. Every Siren is essential to this mission because you are present. All except one that no matter how hard you tried, you could not say. You don't need to ask me that. You know the answer yourself. They fight because they know we're right, and you're wrong. The truth. Can you? Who do you think you are? A scholar? A priest? A king? A warrior? A god? All men and women of all walks of life have tried to understand the truth. Glimpsing into the fold of an Elder Scroll pales in comparison to what we know. To know the truth is to lose yourself to the void. Your mind would not survive. You are beyond help. You're stuck in this narrow belief. You think that what you're fighting, this Matari, can be won by physical strength or verbal threats. Words cannot sway her. Knowledge will not scare her. Only defiance. That is what we're doing. A crude way of putting it, but yes, that is exactly what it is. But it is the only way. To die free is far better than to be playthings for sick and maniacal purposes. At least that way, the beast can die. There is no reason to live if you can't find bliss. And for her, bliss is the only reason she can't exist. The plan is simple. There is no grandiose device that will mark the end of all living beings on Earth. It will be unleashed quietly and without warning. The nature of the weapon is quite contrary to the enemy we're facing, beyond mortal comprehension. Of course, I won't tell you what it is because that would be absurd on my part. It's our only hope after all. I speak like a man who has no reason to live, not as long as she's alive. The being that chose to attack us rather than guide us out of madness. You have learned more from me than you can from her. She chooses who she speaks to. She hasn't said a word to me, a sign that she is still as emotional as the rest of her clan. She has learned nothing in the time she has spent in solitude. If you want to sift through a disregard for lesser beings, be my guest. It's obvious one of her kind has already spoken to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stopped to ask me questions about Matari. I die. You won the battle today by your presence alone. A shame since Bazaroth could have been the site of two major defeats for the Sirens. Instead, it was a victory won by a pitiful, dull display of swords and shields. Don't you grow tired of it? The killing? Then let us be the ones to do it. We will be the last. There is no point in fighting. You've already won. Thank you. Into the darkness I go in peace. I am used to it by now.
There she is. Serenity.
He had my sword. That Argonian had my sword. You just missed him. He climbed the scaffolds and jumped. Know him? That's me. And what's your name? So do I. Pull up a rock and sit down because we need to talk. You and the Purity Man weren't friends. You might be someone I can trust. Or you might not. Let's find out. Why don't you start from the beginning and tell me who you are and what you're doing? Oh, well, things have changed so much. It's not good. 103 years since I was abandoned here. Until today, I haven't spoken to anyone. Strange people have come and gone through this grotto for the past decade. I hear what they say, but without context. I never understood until now. It's all coming together. The missing chapter has been found, and Matari is the writer. I make no promises, but before we get to that point, you must be given a history lesson. 200 years ago, I destroyed the hist tree planted at this very spot. That you already know. What you don't know is that the Pinder family became the target of retribution for my act of aggression. At the time, we thought it was a case of mistaken associations. The Pinder twins that were poisoned by Purity's arrow sap served as housemates for the champion of Cyrodiil. If it weren't for them, the champion would have never discovered the existence of Project Purity or my people. The champion was instrumental in allowing me to destroy the Tree of Temptation. Yes, we fought side by side in this grotto until I had to make my sacrifice to destroy the tree. We parted too soon. If only he were still around so you could see him in battle. His prowess was enough to move even an orc to tears. Anyway, all was quiet for almost 4 decades. For my sacrifice, my soul merged with my creator's. Everything she saw, I saw. I was alive and I could see events unfold and spiral into chaos. When Purity began attacking the Pinder family, we thought it was due to the fog of war caused by the champion's interference many years before. If only it was so simple.
So this all started because of you. If you hadn't destroyed the hist tree, my family wouldn't have gotten involved in this war.
I'm so sorry. The tree was an evil abomination. It had to be destroyed. The Pinders were simply at the wrong place at the wrong time. If they hadn't found the champion in time, things would have become very, very unpleasant on Nirn. Through their suffering, they gave your world hope.
There she is. Serenity.
So we honored them. As the Shadow War dragged on between Purity and the Pinders, we provided a select few with shelter and training. The family came to call my people holy matrons, for we had become their mothers. Despite all the losses the Pinder family endured, they survived. We watched with sorrow and pride. Like any mother, we wanted to constantly protect them, but we couldn't. We are creatures that are shunned in your world, and for good reason. We walk a fine line between love and lust. Our existence must be kept secret to all but the chosen. Things went smoothly for 100 years. Then something happened that no one could have predicted. Our connection to the Pinders and to the world was severed. For 2 years the world was dark. My soul was expunged from my spiritual mother, the goddess. My soul flung back here as a grand insult by fate. The shrine that the matrons were building for me had been abandoned. I feared the worst. For 100 years, I thought they were all dead. Until finally, today you tell me that they might still live. An observer came to you, a holy matron. I don't know, I've been out of the loop for a century. Change in leadership, maybe? Or maybe that's part of their intricate plan? I can assure you that they're still friends. The observer you spoke to is someone I know. There's only one woman in the Legion that doesn't spread her legs open at the sight of a charming lady. Well, if you want to be blunt, you don't contact them, they contact you. After skies divide, she said. Maybe they'll speak to you again if you survive. As for me, I would have done it years ago if I could. I'm stuck here and I'm lonely. Be thankful. If all of this were happening in the last era, you would have been taken in and forced to love our ways whether you liked it or not. Yes, but everything you're telling me has a common element that only I can recognize. I don't need to know Serenity Sirens to say that I don't consider their name flattering. They're using it as a front. I saw strange women walk into the Grotto 10 years ago. 4 Ashen, 1 Redguard. It would have been so easy to speak to them, but I didn't need to. I knew each and every single one of them. New people, but part of the same exclusive club as the previous 5. They crave pleasure just like the holy matrons, only they follow a very different philosophy from a different mother. Matari. That's a name I've never heard before until today. A name's a name. You can change it whenever you start a new game, but you're still the same person. I make no assumptions.
But you do know her.
To know someone and to know of someone are 2 different things. My people's history is a long and troubled one. You can say it was shaped by what we're calling Matari.
Your people fought Matari?
Long ago. We failed because we thought she could be beaten into submission. My sword was used against her. It worked temporarily. She came back. You see, you can't win against Matari through physical means. It's a mental battle. Your dreams are just the beginning. You've yet to experience even her weakest methods of manipulation.
Can she be stopped?
No.
There has to be a way.
Oh, I was afraid of this. No one wants to be told they're going to die the next day. As major as it gets, it's a difficult concept to explain, that nothingness. Hard to comprehend. It would make my head hurt if I still had one. But that's what will happen when she wins. Everything will cease to exist except for her, but it must happen when she chooses for it to happen. Otherwise she wouldn't survive, which brings me to Purity's plan. What do you think of it? Good idea? To kill everyone before she can? There is another plan. You could do what my people have been doing for thousands of years. You can just let things unfold and enjoy yourself. Live life how you want it to be lived. At last, there's this new plan proposed by the Observer. As I said, I make no assumptions, so I will only tell you this. There will be sacrifices. That is a guarantee. Your goal will be to inspire fear. You'll fight a battle of the minds with the Grand Manipulator herself. She will tempt you, and you will lose your sanity. And you will fail. But when you've nothing else to lose... well, you'll know what to do. It's different for everyone that's tried. The Purity fellow said it better than I could. You will not understand. You need to see things for yourself. I swear to you, this is something that none of us have the answer to. Only Matari knows. She's looking for something, and she's destined to find it. When she does, she won't need the world any longer to survive. Unless you're planning on living for another few hundred years, you only have the rest of your life. Or maybe she's getting impatient and has accelerated her plan. Maybe you have only a day. The key is to disrupt her as early as possible while you still have the chance. We only know the beginning and end, build alliances and oversee the end of the world. She has her alliances. Those are the Sirens. We don't know how many pieces lie in between. Maybe those are the only two. If that's the case, then you may have already failed. It will not help you. It's meant to help the future. Matari's plan is as old as her mind. We don't understand the full scope, but we know that it relies heavily on manipulation. If you manage to reject her, she may become insecure. Any changes now to her plan would have been done in maddened haste. The end draws near. Soon her plan will have to go into full motion. Neither Purity's or the Observer's plan are guaranteed to work. That's why I still say you should just take it easy like I've been doing and live. Interesting, isn't it? An account told from the point of view of Dasan, but not written by him. This is but a taste of what Matari has planned for you. Dasan, despite his imposing demeanor, was easily swayed by half-truths. You are not that kind of person. Matari will unleash her full potential to make you hers. Two different ways. She either makes you a mindless servant with no free will, or she breaks you. She prefers the latter. Her wants are yours. When she implants an idea into her followers, they will believe it. No one is ever ready. Why don't you tell me? Well, Matari is just a woman. But look past the flesh and what do you see? Is it that thing? In the void? Matari's true self is just behind the curtain. It's Matari. You got it! That's exactly who she is. Clap, clap! Mystery surrounds the foundation of the Sirens and the Pinder family in the past 100 years. But I'm not one to spout theories, only facts. I've told you all you should know and what you need to know to prepare yourself. The game has begun. You versus Matari. It's funny. Normally the player doesn't learn the opponent's true nature until the end, but this is no ordinary game. You can't expect to win by playing by the rules. Cheat and prosper, that's the only way. Now you know what you must do, right? Exactly. Play her game and then defy her when you're at your lowest. You'll know when. Listen, I'd love for you to stay and chat, but it looks like we've attracted an audience.
We can take them on.
Don't worry about them. You two go up to the scaffolds and jump. I have a surprise I've been waiting to show off. Explosives, courtesy of the Golden Maidens. Rigged until I disarmed them with my mind.
Wait! What will happen to you?
Why don't we find out? Come on, Purity, remember me?
We need you to tell the other Sirens what you know.
It's too late for them.
What? Wait! Tell us! What is Sky's Divide?
Where it all comes to an end. Now go! Get out of here!
Jump!
Very dangerous to jump into shallow waters.
We owe Serenity for the soft landing.
The being of love and peace. Was she really?
We can talk on our way back to the palace.
It's over. Pazarath is ours again. Our only casualty was Calissa. Kasha tells me you spoke to Serenity. What did she say? It's disturbing, and a lot to take in. But we need more information. There are still many questions Serenity couldn't answer. A lot has happened in the past 100 years. There's no point in hiding my feelings anymore. You know that I don't trust Matari. I trust in you and Kasha. We need to work together to stop her, but we'll need to keep it as quiet as possible. I'm glad you believe in me. I'm going to request a transfer to Pazarath for me and the rest of the team. If I'm going to help you, I want to be as far away from Atari as possible. I'll try to dig up any clues about Trisha's whereabouts in the meantime. You need to keep fighting. Serenity gave you 3 plans, but only one of them could save the world. We either let Purity win, or we do something to stop them, and Matari. Serenity is wrong. There is still hope. You two need to get back to the palace. I'll take you back to the mainland and bring the boat back here. And ma'am, please take care of yourself. The world needs you again.
What if she's right? Serenity, what if we shouldn't get involved with this any further? We might be making matters worse if we try to stop Matari. But what has she done? We both had a vision the first night we slept at the palace. It terrified me, but it didn't hurt anyone. We're being told she'll destroy the world, but will she? Besides what Serenity and Purity told us, I wouldn't have even thought of that. The one time I saw her, and the few times you saw her, was there anything that would indicate that's what she's planning? I saw my father. No matter how many times I tried, I just couldn't save him. I don't want to talk about it. Maybe you're right. I didn't think of that. Then do we just keep doing what we've been doing? Keep fighting for Serenity Sirens until you find a way to stop her? Then I hope you find a way soon. Serenity said you would have to endure many trials to find a solution to scare her. I don't want you to suffer. Trust us, and the worst that'll happen is you lose the approval of the Sirens. Trust Matari, and you risk damning countless realms. That's what you told Serenity, and what the Observer told you. So are we going to do it? Throw away everything my father built up his entire life to stop someone who may or may not be a threat? You're right. Then we'll do what we have to do. I don't like it, but like Lilith, I'm with you. You're smarter at this sort of thing than I am, but we all make mistakes. I hope this doesn't turn out to be one. Serenity said that the most we'll achieve is scaring Matari, and even that is uncertain. So no matter what we do, we'll never know if we succeed. Might as well, huh? We need to head back to the palace.
You showed Purity the error of the ways. My mages are all very proud of you.
Welcome home. Oh, hush, hush. Here's your payment. Now make way for Mistress Matari and her illustrious golden maidens.
I can't believe this.
Good morning, ladies. Today we have learned that your sisters and new courageous commander have won back Fort Pazarath. Your fallen sisters have been avenged. Now we march forward with our heads held high, ready to end this war as quickly as Purity's return. Our beloved mistress has something to say. I know you're all eager to hear her words, but first we must honor a recent addition to our legion. A hero who has fought Purity head-on at Pazarath, a vanguard of peace and justice.
They're talking about you.
The daughter of our late leader, Kasha Pinder.
What?
Miss Pinder, it is with great privilege that I grant you the katana wielded by your father. Carry it with pride. Your family's sacrifice has brought us to this historical moment. You are no longer a trainee. You are one of us. Welcome to Serenity's Sirens, dear sister. Now before I introduce Matari, I would like to review the report from Fort Pazarath.
Nay to that! We want Matari!
I can't believe this.
Well, I guess we can debrief all of you later. Now the moment you've been waiting for. I present to you, Mistress Matari.
My faithful warriors and loving daughters, it has been over 40 years since our order was founded. There have been many changes, but our goals have remained constant. Marcus and his wife Zell swore that Serenity Sirens would protect the Pinder family and bring the end of Project Purity. With great sadness and regret, they will not live to see that day. We may have failed to protect them, but our victory at Fort Pazarath is a testament to their legacy of courage. Through death, the Pinder family has brought us together. Many of you are Tamriel born, who have left your homes to serve our cause. Many more of you are Ashen, with no place to call home. That is why I am here today to announce my final gift to you. When this war is over, all of you will have a home. Our journey is reaching a climax. Purity's return is one last act of desperation. Their resistance to change has run its course. One final blow is all it will take to knock the beast to the ground. We have learned the location of their last stronghold, Innocence, an underground labyrinth deep within the heart of Skyrim. It will take many months of preparation before we can strike, but when we do, we will prevail. Then, at last, there will be harmony. For when Purity falls, the Pinder family will be avenged and our journey will come to an end. As young Kaja carries her family name into the future, we will be warriors without a cause. I am asking all of you, Ashen and non-Ashen, to choose your destiny when this war is over, be it with the rest of your sisters or alone. When Purity dies and Innocence falls, we will be free. Goodbye, my children. You are all dismissed.
Wonderful, my mistress. Thank you so much. Now, everyone, I know you're all wondering how you'll be getting your assignments. My fellow maidens and I are your new battle masters. Well, okay. Maybe later.
Mom, speech! Back to guarding Matari I go.
Speaking is very exhausting for Matari. I must provide her comfort in the privacy of the meditation room.
Glad you came by. I wanted to let you know that you'll be taking missions directly from Matari now on.
We may speak in my
As soon as
chambers.
it's ready, Matari will let you know.
Wow, only one sister died? Compared to how many Puritan heroes? That's unbelievable!
Good work, Commander.
Out with it.
Yes?
Tell me, what weapon did you use to cut those Purity fools in half? One of mine? Tell me, what weapon did you use?
My mother's name was Zell. That's it. That's all I know about her. My entire family's history is lost. I'm all that's left. Listen, I don't like this any more than you do, but what choice do I have? It's all that I have left of my family. Matari is taking the Sirens into a different direction, but I'll continue the fight that my ancestors started. I'll make sure the Sirens don't forget the Pinders. It's going to be dangerous, but who knows? I might be the only person that is standing between Matari and her goal. I won't! I still have too much to live for. And you need a maid. I've been meaning to tell you. I've convinced the Sirens to let me stay with you on the condition that you help continue my training. Like I said, I'd love to see Skyrim. Right when I thought I would get the chance, I ended up back underground. Now that I know I have some combat practice, maybe I can travel with you. This katana belonged to my father. It will protect me. I know it will. Great. Can't wait. I have a chest back home in Jonestead. The Sirens gave me the standard issue medium armor, but I'm sure I could try on other kinds. My weapon is this katana. This is all I need. If you decide to continue, I'll be at your side. The Sirens told me that all of my missions will be with you. I'm glad. You're the only person I trust. Well, I better get back to work. Not siren work, maid work. I'll see you later.